It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Ghost agents and special forces quickly left the scene. After about half an hour, Jiang Chen comforted Aisha's emotions in the room next door, then asked her to go home first and wait for him after he reassured her that he would not use the machine again. Finally, Aisha left, and Jiang Chen returned to the lab. Then he looked apologetically at Amos, who was sitting there drinking coffee. I apologize about Aisha. No worries, Amos waved his hand. I can understand how she felt. On the day my wife passed away, I almost went crazy. I didn't regain the meaning of life until the doctor showed up with Milan in front of me. I haven't died yet. Ahem, sorry. Amos looked away awkwardly while he touched his nose. Yes, what happened to you in that room? I only saw a white light and then I lost connection with the drone. You can't believe what I saw. There was a mysterious smile on Jiang Chen's face. I saw Mars 3.7 billion years ago and an ancient civilization that existed for nearly 100,000 years. This is going to be a long story. Do you have anything to eat here? I am a little hungry. Let's talk while eating. After all, it was one of the most well-funded laboratories of the Future Group. Dr. Amos had plenty of food here. Jiang Chen ate 5 sandwiches wrapped in cabbage and ham before he felt some warmth in his stomach. While responding to Dr. Amos' astonished look, he reached for the beer and ham leg. As he devoured the food, he talked about what he saw during the past 3 days. The lunch was over an hour long. I see. After Dr. Amos listened to Jiang Chen's narration, he let out a sigh, leaned back against his chair, while he exclaimed at the ceiling. Why are you sighing? I was wondering if we could pass the Great Filter, Dr. Amos smiled. The destruction of the Gaia civilization unfortunately provided arguments for Fermi's paradox. Even the civilization that was powerful enough to dig through the planet was erased by time. So, we have a long way to go. Jiang Chen wiped his mouth with a napkin and shrugged with an indifferent look on his face. I am used to solving the problems at hand before thinking about more distant problems. Tens of thousands of years is too far away. Even then, when the Earth civilization is facing life and death, it's not up to him to worry about. True, these things are indeed too distant. Dr. Amos leaned back in his chair and smiled. How are you going to deal with this problem? The key is here with me, and it will be sent to Mars along with the next batch of supplies. I don't think it'll be easy to dig out that site, Dr. Amos thought. With the current size of the Mars colony, I'm afraid we don't have the ability to carry out such a large project. I know, so we have to speed up. Jiang Chen opened his watch and gently pushed a holographic screen in front of Dr. Amos. In fact, Celestial Trade prepared a project plan already, but now everything is all ahead of schedule. Tiangong City Plan. Looking at the words, Dr. Amos was intrigued. Yes, at this moment, the warning icon suddenly appeared on the holographic screen and flashed with a piercing light. Jiang Chen paused and looked at Dr. Amos, who was equally confused. They both saw the same disbelief. How long do we have to wait? James frowned while he sipped on his coffee as he gazed out at the unchanging desert in the rover. 3 days had passed, and no news came from underground. Although a rover typically stored a week of supplies, and they could sleep and shower on the rover, it was quite boring to just wait. Compared to zoning out in front of the sand and a well, he would much rather stay in the colony. Wang Chang grinned. I think it's fine that nothing is happening. Perhaps after we finish the remaining coffee we can. At this moment, the sound of the ground trembling came from beneath. The two looked at each other with questions in their eyes. Wang Chang placed the coffee down and put down his legs as he looked out the window with a frown. What's that sound? An earthquake? Impossible, the geological activity of Mars is quite stable, *T. A cloud of dust was sent up in the air. The chassis was hit hard, and it felt like the rover was hit by a shell. It was immediately tossed, and it spun several times before finally stopping. A centipede-like monster crawled out of the sand dunes, revealing its menacing figure. In everyone's horrified expression, it opened its sickle-like mouth and it was filled with countless sharp needle-like teeth as it let out a screeching scream. The armor on its body reflected a deathly vibe under the dim daylight, a devil worm. If Jiang Chen was here, he would be screaming out loud, because it was too close to what he saw in the memory of Gaia's civilization. It was clearly a species from 3.7 billion years ago. Why did it appear here? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. While they were surprised, the soldiers near the armored vehicle reacted immediately. The Gauss rifle in their hand flashed with white light, and the bullets that accelerated faster than the speed of sound exploded and created green blood splutters on the monster's body. There was a painful moan, and its chain-like tail whipped in the soldier's direction, lifting up more sand. Its head slammed to the ground as it tried to escape. At this time, the large cannon on the vehicle finally locked on to the giant centipede-like monster, firing off its deadly firepower. The orange-yellow trajectory flew over the desert of Mars and shredded the resilient devil worm countless times. Dark green blood splashed into air, dripped on the sand and gave off a sizzling sound. Finally, the visible half of the body of the devil worm that had already began to drill back into the sand dunes, fell powerlessly on the sand. Nathan, go check on the rover and help our engineers. Lee, you take the hook lock on the car and tie it to the monster. Be careful of its blood, I think it contains some kind of strong corrosive organic acid. The captain put down his rifle and gestured the soldiers behind him with a warning signal, then he looked at the monster with a frown as he cussed. *T, what is this? Martian. I remember someone made a flag before we went to work. Who was it? Jim. With a grin, Lee tied up the monster and snorted. I still remember the idiot dash. He did not finish his sentence before the sand exploded again. Another devil worm crawled out from the ground and sent the soldier walking back flying. Its sickle-like teeth instantly collapsed and created a bloody rain in the air. Lee. The captain's eyes widened, enraged, as he pointed at the new monster that just appeared. Open fire. Fire. The bullets began flying again in the desert, accompanied by the devil worm's screams. The earth shook like warm water that had began to boil. It was as if something was brewing. In the depths of the unknown underground, 3 billion years of sleep was disturbed, and ancient creatures were waking up. Those who finally discovered these distant guests began to regain the hunting tradition engraved in their genes. Obviously, there was more than one monster. We lost Mine 071, abandoned Suitcase X 1101, all units evacuate immediately. I repeat. Evacuate immediately. 1232 Level 1 Alarm. The sky gradually darkened, and the surface temperature of Mars also dropped. Celestial Trade's rover left with the centipede's body, the rover that got flipped around was left there. 2 devil worms crawled out from underground and they used their sickle-like teeth to touch the rover. They then realized that it was inedible and returned into the ground. The 2 people who didn't dare to breathe inside the vehicle looked at each other and saw the same fear. The entire car was flipped over with its 4 wheels pointed up. Unfastening the seat belt across their chest, the 2 fell from their seats onto the ceiling. Wang Chang had a hard time turning himself over. After he managed to throw this body around, he reached to the interface of the rover and pressed a few buttons. James crawled cautiously to the window and peeked out. Are they gone? While Wang Chang operated the interface, he grunted and said, Damn, it's so hard to operate this, got it. The console's system restarted and the blue light particles converged on the holographic screen. Rows of dazzling lines floated in front of Wang Chang's eyes and the glaring light made him blink a few times. It's gone, but I'm not sure if they will come back. James took a deep breath and moved his eyes away from the window. Then he leaned against the wall of the cabin and put his hands around his head. Damn, what's with those bugs outside? Everything happened so unexpectedly. Almost without warning, the entire rover was knocked over by the centipede. His forehead was still bruised by the coffee cup that was sent flying. Who knows? Maybe we have been messing around this place too much and disturbed their sleep. Or the little guy we sent down made them mad, while concentrating on the holographic screen, Wang Chang grunted. Thank God. Their teeth are still not sharp enough. The chassis has been bent, but no damage to the fuel tank or the engine. The air conditioning system is normal, and the oxygen content here is sufficient. Fresh water and food can last us 2 weeks, the situation is very optimistic. However, the antenna on the roof is broken. Can you turn the rover over? James asked. You are joking, man. Wang Chang laughed and turned off the holographic screen, he then just lied flat on the ceiling. In order to offer protection from sandstorms, and at the same also include life, research, communications and other facilities, the tonnage of the rover was naturally high. Under normal circumstances, the rover not much lighter than an armored vehicle would be impossible to flip over. But once the rover was indeed knocked over, it would be a difficult task to get it back on its wheels. Let me think about it. We might need a crane, or a superhuman. Wang Chang shook his head, pressed the button next to the window, lowered the alloy folding window, and leaned back on the wall inside the cabin. I feel neither situation is very reliable right now. Are we abandoned? James gulped as he forced out these words. No way, just wait for the rescue team. Celestial Trade has never left anybody. Wang Chang was absolutely convinced. What's more, even if it was not for them, the headquarters would still never abandon them for the alien relics in Mine 071. The instant Wang Chang saw the bugs, he once again confirmed the idea that everyone rejected. Below Mine 071 was not a natural igneous vein. It was the remains of Martians. Celestial Trade Space Defense Force Headquarters activated the Level 1 alarm. It was the first time this has happened since the establishment of the Space Defense Force. Armed in 30 seconds and converged in 30 seconds. The Marine Corps soldiers in kinetic skeletons jogged through the suspension ladder, gathered on the track connecting the Seagull-class transport ship and the port, and entered the lifts in batches. Under the effect of electromagnetic propulsion, the lifts followed the track and moved to the transport ship. In just 10 minutes, 1,000 Marines were ready for deployment and entered the hibernation chamber. The mechanical arm connected to the bridge of Seagull withdrew and all crew members entered battle position. The captain was inside the command center, waiting for the order to set sail. Outside the headquarters of Celestial Trade, there were intensive footsteps moving toward the conference room. What happened? The commander of Celestial Trade Space Defense Force quickly caught up to Kelvin's footsteps and followed him as he lowered his voice and asked, "My soldiers are ready, but where is our enemy?" "Our colony was attacked." Kelvin did not slow down as he responded while also lowering his voice. The commander subconsciously said, "The UA?" "No, the situation is worse," Kelvin replied with deep concerns in his eyes, "it's aliens." The meeting began, and almost all the top executives of the Celestial Trade Space Department and the Space Defense Department gathered here. The seat at head of the table was empty, it belonged to Jiang Chen. Because he was on the surface, he had to video conference in. Kelvin placed a document on the table, looked at officers and executives around the table and quickly articulated. Long story short, our Mars colony was attacked by unknown creatures, suspected to be prehistoric species, for unknown reasons. A Marine Corps soldier died in battle, a rover car rolled over near Mine 071 with 2 future mining employees on board. The Marine Corps soldiers were forced to withdraw because they were not aware of the number of enemy units. Based on the remains of unidentified creatures brought back by the frontline soldiers, the biotech researchers at the colony completed a dissection. "We temporarily named this creature Devil Worm," Jiang Chen interrupted Kelvin's words and responded to the eyes that were focused on him. Then he said calmly, "Number X 1101 Project, Confidentiality Class S. The specific details cannot be explained. In short, we used a special detection equipment and observed the ruins of Mine 071. It is now confirmed that devil worms are a species of large arthropods that were active in the Mars mantle to the crust area 3.7 billion years ago. They are carnivores, and the reasons for its survival till now are unknown. It is suspected that it may be related to a prehistoric civilization. As Jiang Chen finished this sentence, he was met with the shocked responses of all the executives and officers. While they looked astonished, there were concerns and disbeliefs shared around the table. Including Kelvin, who was personally involved in Project 071, everyone was stunned by the facts Jiang Chen gave. Species from 3.7 billion years ago. How can it be? God knows how they lived for so long. Everyone. Jiang Chen's voice silenced all the chatters in the room. Scanning everyone present, he ordered in a calm and unquestionable tone. Now the security of the entire colony is threatened, and the existence of devil worms has seriously hampered our Tiangong city plan. The war has begun. I ask you to immediately develop an operational plan to reinforce our colony. Suppress those bugs at all costs. 1233. Do you need reinforcements? Have you read the newspaper? With a plate of food, Xia Xiu, who had already changed into her professional attire, smiled at Jiang Chen, sat down beside him, and placed several newspapers on the table. When Jiang Chen glanced at the cover of the newspapers, he laughed. It was a face he is too familiar with. After all, he saw it every day in the mirror. I made headlines again. Jiang Chen put down the fork and lazily reached to grab a newspaper. His eyes swept the title. It seemed to catch him by surprise as he almost spat out the oatmeal in his mouth. Just then, softness engulfed the back of his head and the luscious hair that smelled great swept across the tip of his nose. Natasha hugged Jiang Chen's neck from the back and moved her face closer to the newspaper. Then she read out the content in the newspaper with great interest. Celestial trade spaceship mobilized during an emergency, the target is Mars. Hey! Are you making a movie? Move, don't you see Jiang Chen is troubled? Aisha, who just came out of the kitchen, looked at Natasha, who was stuck to Jiang Chen's back, and let out a sigh. She rubbed one of her eyes that were surrounded in dark circles while she used the other hand to put the plate filled with salad and sliced toast on the table. Obviously, she didn't rest well last night. As for what happened, well, there was no need to elaborate. Perhaps it was because Aisha always schooled Natasha in combat. Natasha listened to Aisha most of the time. She pouted and reluctantly let Jiang Chen go. Then she grabbed a newspaper and sat down. She began drinking some coffee as she continued to read. Alien vs. Soldiers. Or the prelude to Star Wars. The Mars scientific expedition team was attacked by giant aliens while searching for water resources, and a Celestial Trade Marine Corps soldier was seriously injured. This is the New York Times, next is Reuters. Reuters reporters applied to follow Celestial Trade Marine Corps but they were rejected. The situation on Mars is likely to be more serious than expected. Tiangong city plan may go bankrupt. It is recommended that British investors carefully consider the investment environment on Mars. Oh, this is also not a simple issue. Natasha put down the newspaper, then glanced at Jiang Chen with a sly face. It's okay, Jiang Chen said as he stuffed the toast into his mouth. These are common tricks used by reporters. Exaggerate things to make things bigger than they seem, gain enough people's attention and then use follow-up reports to restore the truth. Tiangong city plan to go bankrupt. What kind of international joke is this? The supplies and equipment needed for the next colony expansion left almost at the same as the 1,000 soldiers in hibernation. In addition, 100 ground explosive bombs were also on board to target the devil worms' nests. After 2 generations of upgrades to the engine of the Seagull-class transport ship, the new TS Seagull was already capable of traveling between the Mars orbit and Celestial City. The journey to Mars was no longer a one-way ticket. It was also the reason why Jiang Chen had the courage to make the decision to send 1,000 soldiers to Mars. 1,000 Marines, on the one hand, was to kill the devil worms, while on the other hand, it was to cover up the excavation works of the Gaia civilization. I'm full. Natasha put down the coffee and stood up with her plate. Then she looked at Jiang Chen, who was still masticating slowly. I'm heading to the Russian embassy. Are there any words I need to bring for you? No, the call will probably come soon anyway. Almost as soon as he finished the sentence, Jiang Chen's watch began to ring. Jiang Chen looked up to Natasha, who also looked amazed. What a coincidence. The call was indeed from the allies of the Earth Defense Alliance. However, it was not from Moscow but from Shangjing. I read the newspaper this morning. I also read it. Is something wrong? Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. Nothing. Wu Changfeng forced an awkward laugh and paused for a moment before he continued. I heard that there is a problem with your mine 071. Yes, our people were originally drilling for groundwater there, but a bug crawled out instead. Jiang Chen sighed and said in a heavy and serious tone, we have sent reinforcements to the colony. 1,000 soldiers should reach the synchronous orbit within 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Wu Changfeng's eyebrows twitched. If he remembers correctly, the number was still more than a month half a year ago. And Mars was much closer to Earth than it is now. Celestial Trade's advancement in aerospace technology is simply astounding. Jiang Chen noticed that there was no sound from the other side, so he asked. What's the matter? Wu Changfeng hid the astonishment in his head as he coughed and asked. Nothing. I just want to ask on behalf of Hua if you need reinforcements. After all, when we signed the Earth Defense Alliance Treaty and swore to be on the same front line when dealing with the threat of extraterrestrial civilization. If you need it, Hua is willing to send infantry to assist your Marines. When Jiang Chen listened to Wu Changfeng's proposal, he smiled and rejected with gratitude, no, we can solve this little problem by ourselves. And it's still unclear whether devil worms can be called extraterrestrial civilization. After all, it seems to us that they are just a group of dangerous beasts. Then. I know what you are worried about, Jiang Chen said in a calm tone and interrupted Wu Changfeng's words, don't worry, at the end of this month, the specimen of devil worm will be sent back to Celestial City. We will host a summit which will fully disclose the research progress of Mars species to the international community. Jiang Chen smiled and said the words that Wu Changfeng had been waiting for. At that time, we would like to welcome your scientists to Celestial Trade to participate in the summit and collaborate in the research. Wu Changfeng was overjoyed and he laughed. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. In fact, his seemingly informal phone call was also instructed by the people at the top the night before. After all, he was just a major general of the army. He could not just send reinforcements based on his will. The reason why he proposed to send reinforcements was not to actually send soldiers to the battlefield tens of millions of kilometers away, but to subtly hint at Jiang Chen the covenant they established together for the Earth Defense Alliance. All relevant information on extraterrestrial civilization should be shared without reservation between major member states. It was one of the reasons why Hua and Russia were willing to make some concessions to their own interests in international affairs and firmly stand on the same front as Xian. Wu Changfeng was most worried that Celestial Trade may stay in the gray area on the definition of an extraterrestrial civilization. After all, only Celestial Trade could send people to Mars in this world. The entire route was monopolized, and even if they were dissatisfied, they did not have any other options. Jiang Chen's words undoubtedly dismissed his concerns, which would allow him to respond to his boss. What Wu Changfeng didn't know was that the specimen of the devil worm was nothing but a bait to switch the attention of the international community. As for the memory of the Gaia civilization, and the ruins hidden under Mine 071. Jiang Chen would never leak a word before Celestial Trade completely uncovered its real treasure. After the call with Wu Changfeng, it didn't take long before Frankfurt and Moscow's calls arrive. It was still the same rhetoric. Jiang Chen promised these two allies that a biotechnology summit will be held to disclose the research progress of the devil worms. Your scientists are invited to participate in joint research and a series of other benefits. Before the allies walked away happily, the allies' excited tone made Jiang Chen feel ashamed. Of course, he was ashamed for at most a second or two before he tossed the matter out of his head. After breakfast, Natasha went to the Russian embassy, Xia Xiyu drove to work as usual, and Aisha went to the ghost agent's headquarters. Only Jiang Chen was left in the mansion. Back to the office, Jiang Chen sat down and turned on the holographic screen on his watch. Call Lin Lin. Yes. Jean's holographic figure blinked and soon scattered back into countless light particles before it was reorganized into a holographic screen and connected to Lin Lin's laboratory. When Lin Lin picked up the call, she held an electronic welding torch in her hand. Behind her was a bear doll with its chest cavity wide open. From the giant hole, he could vaguely see the exposed wires and circuit boards. As early as 2 months ago, she procrastinated on the cyborg based on Jiang Chen's instructions. Now it was finally almost finished. After she tossed the torch aside, Lin Lin sat straight down with one hand supporting her chin and looked at Jiang Chen on the screen. It's really strange that you called me so early in the morning. Just be straightforward. There is indeed something. Jiang Chen tried to arrange his thoughts in his head, then used words as simple as he could to explain what he saw with the drone yesterday in Mine 071, the ruins, and the last memory of the Gaia civilization. Because there was a lot of information, Jiang Chen took about half an hour to explain everything clearly. After she had listened to Jiang Chen's description of Gaia civilization, Lin Lin's mouth opened and she was clearly astonished. Gaia civilization? Devil worms? I have never heard of it. Have you not heard the news about the development of Mars before the war? Jiang Chen frowned and asked with confusion, I remember you once said that Pan-Asia cooperation, the Soviet Union, and NATO have all established their own Mars station. Before the war, the three major forces had developed limited resources on Mars, but for some odd reasons, the development only stayed in the realm of scientific research. They did not build a self-sufficient colony on Mars, nor did they attempt to develop the minerals of Mars. But even so, Pan-Asia cooperation, the Soviet Union, and NATO, the big three who dominated the 22nd century, had no reason to not discover the secrets on Mars. Maybe, but this kind of information won't be disclosed to ordinary people, right? Lin Lin rolled her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen with an, I thought you knew, expression and said, you think I am an encyclopedia. Do you? I know just a bit more than the ordinary person. Lin Lin once said that she had read her father's research materials. The parts she was more knowledgeable in were basically based on her father's computer and data. Obviously, Dr. Lin's research field was beyond the realm of an extraterrestrial civilization. Perhaps only the people on the colonial ship would know the extent of the Pan-Asia cooperation's understanding of Gaia's civilization. I can't figure it out by just listening. Let's get a copy of the devil's worm's tissue cells, blood cells, brain cells, etc., and put it in a 20 milliliters test tube. My sisters happen to know about biotechnology, maybe they will be able to help you, Lin Lin said. Through the interdimensional material transmission device on Coconut Island, it was already possible to transmit hamster-sized living organisms. It was more than sufficient to send a few test tubes to the apocalypse. Please. However, you have to wait until the end of this month at the earliest. The specimen has just been packaged and boarded, and it will take 3 weeks to fly them back to Celestial City from Mars. The Seagull class on standby in the Mars synchronous orbit was still equipped with the previous generation engine, and its speed was definitely not as fast as the one boarded by the Marines who rushed to the Mars colony for reinforcements. Then wait until the end of the month to talk to me about this matter. By the way, are you really planning to build a body for that AI? Lin Lin looked at Jiang Chen with a worried expression, and seemed to seek confirmation, is this really well considered? It's advanced artificial intelligence, it's just a body. As long as we put the thermite on its server, it shouldn't do anything that might cause unnecessary misunderstanding. Jiang Chen shrugged and looked at Lin Lin with interest. Speaking of which, I remember that in Fallout Shelter 005 when I put thermite on its motherboard, you scolded me for being wasteful. Why are you scared now? Whatever, screw you. When Lin Lin recalled how silly she looked when they first met, she blushed and gave Jiang Chen a fierce look. When there is a problem, you can solve it yourself. After she exploded on him, Lin Lin did not give Jiang Chen the chance to tease her back before she ended the communication furiously. Shangjing, west of the Forbidden City. At the gate of the community that was heavily guarded, a car with a military license plate stopped slowly in front of the barrier. A soldier wearing the uniform of the Special Operations Brigade stepped forward, checked the driver's ID, gave a standard military salute, stepped aside, and then gestured to the guard inside the checkpoint to let the car pass. The car stopped in front of a beautiful house. Wu Changfeng took a deep breath, pushed open the car door, and walked towards the house with two bodyguards in suits. Inside the tea room, a calm and relaxed old man who was enjoying his tea. However, when he saw Wu Qingfeng, he immediately put down his cup and asked with a slight eagerness in his tone. "How is the situation?" He agreed. Wu Changfeng restrained the excitement in his heart and tried his best to make his expression look calmer. Celestial Trade will hold a summit at the end of the month to disclose the findings on Mars to the public. After the old man listened to Wu Changfeng's words, he beamed with joy and nodded with a relieved smile. Agreed? That's great. You did a very good job on this matter, it's a great achievement. I don't dare, Wu Changfeng smiled modestly, I just conveyed the central government's message to him. How dare I claim the credit? Little Wu. What else? Chief Commander. Wu Changfeng respectfully asked. The old chief commander stared at Wu Changfeng's face for a long time, before he suddenly said with seriousness. You have become younger. Wu Changfeng's heart stopped beating for an instant, his expression stiffened slightly, and his Adam's apple moved. It's good to be young. When I was still in the rural area, I also used to run around in the countryside. My legs and feet in my 40s were better than those in their 20s. The old man did not seem to notice the subtle changes on Wu Changfeng's face as he just laughed with some emotion. Once you're free, you'll get old. We have caught up with a great era, and what we need is capable talents like you. The next generation will push us forward, and the future of the country requires the new generation like you to work hard. The old chief commander seemed to feel melancholic over his past as he began to speak about his past. But after Wu Changfeng heard what the old commander said, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile through his stiffness. Thank you for your support. He didn't find out. To be honest, he felt perplexed, and he even hesitated a few times to confess about the vaccine to the old commander who promoted him. But in the end, he chose to remain silent just as Jiang Chen once told him. Power is a glass of poisoned wine. Now, as he stood, he added another sentence to it. Eternal life is too. If power and immortality were mixed together, its toxicity would be even deadlier than arsenic. This was true for both individuals and countries. Chapter 1235 They are hindering academic freedom. The atmosphere felt heavy in a meeting room at Capitol, the political center of the UA. Since last year's conflict in the Pacific, the number of times that senior consultants, ministers, and the president were locked up in the same room dramatically increased. The only difference was a new face sat at the Secretary of State position. The Earth Defense Alliance was on the rise and even slightly instigated the status of NATO as the largest military body in the world. The UA was facing unprecedented challenges in politics, economics, and even culture. These challenges were not even seen in the Truman and Kennedy era. After all, the UA had only faced a seriously ill giant that was full of muscles. However, it was now in the ring with an Iron Man equipped to the teeth. No, the statement was not accurate enough. After all, Iron Man's technology was probably more realistic. Celestial Trade intends to hold a biotechnology summit in Celestial City at the end of January to showcase the spoils on Mars. What is it called? The Devil Worm? Hell. Curiosity has been running on Mars for so many years and it didn't spot a single cell. NASA Director Bolden looked at the report wearily as he reported with an exhausted tone. The Director of NASA, the Secretary of State, the President, the Secretary of Commerce, and even the Minister of the Interior sat at a table to discuss the issue that only happened during the Cold War era when the space competition took place. However, there was no reason for Bolden to be excited because neither the space elevator nor the moon colonization plan was close to being executed. Against the unmatched technology gap, even the genius Elon Musk and his SpaceX were powerless. They could only pick up the scraps left behind by celestial trade. Can you find a way to get in on this summit? The UAE must have first-hand knowledge of the Mars species. Otherwise, the gap between us and celestial trade will only grow bigger, Defense Minister Carter said with a stern look. Eligibility to participate in the summit? Oh, of course. New York Times, Washington Post. Any media that you can name has received an invitation. The Chief of Staff leaned back in his chair and revealed an ugly expression as he spun the pen in his hand. The problem is that no UA research institution or university has received an invitation for collaboration. We are completely excluded. They are hindering academic freedom. Next to Minister Carter, the director of the Advanced Projects Department cursed. The professors at Harvard University and MIT have already condemned their action. Hill looked at the officials present and finally fixed her sight on the Secretary of State. What we need now is a solution. I will try my best, but don't get your hopes up, the newly appointed Secretary of State rubbed his temples. It's not the first day that celestial trade placed a blockade on us in space technology. Hoping they can make concessions today, the chance is not high. Kerry is an expert on Xian, but out of all times, Kerry, this guy, decides to quit his job now. An official cussed with his voice lowered, can you convince him to come back? Hill looked at the party leader. It'll be very difficult. He insisted on participating in the primaries in March. He even wrote his speech. Someone gave him support. The most terrible thing is that the opinions within the party are diverted and he has a fair amount of support. Dear God, now we not only have to face Xian and Republicans, but also the damned Wall Street. The wrinkles on Hill's eyes showed a hint of bitter helplessness. She did not know her next move. Just then, Bolden suddenly spoke up. How about we start the Mars landing plan ahead of time? As he finished the sentence, all sights in the room focused on him. He responded to the president and officials' focused gaze as he took a deep breath and continued. If we can't break the ice in diplomacy, we can only make attempts from technology. The problem is, can our current technology do it? Didn't SpaceX end development of manned rockets? Defense Secretary Carter frowned. MCT, the Mars Immigration Transporter. SpaceX has never stopped their plan to colonize Mars, and now the most critical technology has made a breakthrough. Bolden looked at Hill and said seriously, at least a one-way ticket. Silence lasted in the room for a while, then Hill spoke. Tell me, what is the significance of doing this? If she could not find a suitable reason to convince Congress to allocate funds, even if she agreed with the plan, it would not serve any purpose. Too much significance, Bolden said. The moon has been monopolized. We cannot let celestial trade continue to monopolize the future of mankind. Even a flag on Mars and a few people living on it can add a lot of chips for us. The craters with ice and rare earth reserves were all shamelessly occupied by celestial trade. Even without extraction, a research station would serve its purpose. Even if the countries began to establish their own lunar research stations, they could not solve the most critical drinking water and oxygen problems, which made forming a colony almost an impossible task. In particular, Celestial Trade refused to sell drinking water, oxygen, and electricity to stations outside the Earth Defense Alliance member countries on the grounds of limited resources. The high maintenance costs made these stations unable to break even, let alone expansion. However, the most crucial thing was not this. After a moment of pause, Bolden looked at the still hesitant president and went on. In addition, I suspect that Celestial Trade's discovery on Mars is probably not as simple as a bug. Hill suddenly thought of something, gasped, and looked at Bolden in shock. You mean, yes, I'm afraid it is related to an extraterrestrial civilization. Bolden nodded and suggested with a serious tone, if they do not agree to allow us to participate in the research, then we will go take a look ourselves. There is more than one way to Mars. If Celestial Trade is not willing to sell tickets to Mars, then UA can build its own spaceship. While the capital was preparing for both cases, on the Mars colony tens of millions of kilometers away, the remaining 9 soldiers and the only vehicle left completed their assembly and began to prepare for the rescue of the engineers trapped near Mine 071. The reinforcement of Celestial Trade would take 2 weeks to arrive, and the oxygen on the rover would at most last for 2 weeks. The risk of the rescue was high, everyone knew about this. But no soldier questioned the rescue. Celestial Trade has never left people behind. No matter who the opponent is. Whether the opponent is human or not. How long until the rescue? If you say a few words less, maybe we can last a few more hours. Wang Chang said wearily as he looked at the remaining power and oxygen on the holographic screen. The oxygen in the rover came primarily from 2 systems. One was an oxygen tank placed in the trunk, and the reserve inside could provide oxygen for a crew up to a week. The other was the carbon fixation device that automatically started when the oxygen tank was empty. The device consumed electrical energy to convert carbon dioxide into oxygen until the battery is depleted. In an optimal scenario, the device could maintain oxygen for 2 weeks. However, now, 5 days had already passed. Looking at the fiery red desert outside the window, and the worm that crawled out onto the surface from time to time, Wang Qian had a bitter smile on his face. However, at this moment, a black dot appeared in his field of vision. There was a cloud of dust behind that black dot. Hey, James, wake up. Wang Chang immediately kicked the man facing him and woke up the man that just managed to fall asleep. What happened? James was rubbing his eyes as he wanted to ask what had happened, but then he saw the black dot. All his drowsiness disappeared in an instant as he crawled beside Wang Chang while staring out the window with his eyes squinted, desperately trying to identify what it was. Then he screamed in excitement, "It's our people. They're back. They didn't abandon us. Hurry up and get ready." Wang Chang patted him on the shoulder and walked into the buffer room. Then, he took off his spacesuit. At the same time, the action outside the window began. A devil worm near the rover raised its head and opened its sharp teeth in the direction of the vehicle that was coming in from the distance. Just as it was about to plunge back into the ground, the vehicle launched a rocket. Like a burning iron fist, the rocket directly hit the devil worm's abdomen and instantly exploded. Its green blood and remains splattered in the air, which sent the upper half of the devil worm into the air before it smashed into the sand 5 meters away. Ree-ee. The repressed and anguished scream came from its vocal cord, and the devil worm that had been split in half squirmed wildly in the desert with its organs and blood spilled everywhere. "Still not died," looking at, the gunner said with a troubled tone as he saw the troublesome bug through the scope. "Make it shut up. It's attracting its kind," the captain shouted. The 20mm gun released its firing at the worm's upper half. The driver quickly turned the steering wheel and the vehicle made a quick 30 degrees turn toward the rover. Almost at the same time, dust exploded from the side of the vehicle, and another devil worm crawled out from the ground. The sickle-like fangs barely scratched the vehicle as its mouth opened and closed, creating a cringeworthy sound. "Go to hell." Gnashing his teeth, the gunner adjusted the gun and pressed down on the trigger. The gun unleashed its bullets and tore apart the belly of the devil worm. While that devil worm collapsed in anguish, the whole desert seemed to have begun to boil. Devil worms crawled out beside the vehicle one by one. When they failed to hit the target, they immediately dove back into the ground. The gun continued to fire, but it could not handle multiple targets at once. Damn it! How many of them are there? The driver exclaimed. Don't worry about how many there are, hit them. Hit the tires of the rover. The captain tightly held onto the seat as he roared. The vehicle escaped from the blockade formed by the devil worms. It crashed into the heavy rubber tires of the rover and slid the rover 7 to 8 meters on the sand before it finally came to a stop. However, the tipped rover remained upside down. *T. Are they trying to save us or trying to kill us? James stood back up and he held himself against the cabin. He was in a state of complete daze. The car body is damaged, not a big problem. They're probably trying to knock us back up, but they underestimated the width of our chassis. Wang Chang was already squatting in the corner as he anticipated the impact and so he did not get hurt. The rescue plan seemed to have issues from the very start. Seeing that Plan A had failed, the vehicle did not stop completely before the captain immediately ordered, "Enable Plan B." Fast. The vehicle continued to accelerate and pushed the rover forward. At the same time, the top cover of the rover was opened, and a soldier stood up with a hook lock in his hands. Soon, he attached the hook locks onto the 2 tires of the rover. "They are trying to make us go outside." "Don't even think about it," James exclaimed. "Then you can stay inside." Wang Chang did not waste any more time. Immediately after he saw the action of the soldier, he reached for the safety lock next to the driver's seat. After he entered the password, he yanked the valve. The instant he pulled valve, the cover of the safe passage of the rover chassis slammed outward. Under the huge air pressure difference, the air inside the rover rushed outward. With one foot on the seat, Wang Chang forced himself out of the rover from the safe passage, grabbed the soldier's hand, jumped to the vehicle, and got into the other vehicle. "It is hitting our belt." The driver slammed on the gas pedal as he shouted. "It can't move us. Our tonnage is much more than the rover. Damn it." The vehicle was installed with a stabilization module before the mission. The vehicle with a higher tonnage did not get knocked over like the rover, but it was still lifted 2 centimeters into the air. While the gravity on Mars was not comparable to Earth, to be able to lift such a giant piece of metal into the air showed the explosiveness of the devil worm. "Fast! Hurry!" The soldier at the top struggled to maintain his balance as he nervously looked at the gravel under the vehicle, and anxiously shouted at the rover, "Give me your hand." Despite the fear, James still gritted his teeth and climbed out of the rover behind Wang Chang. He grabbed the soldier's hand and jumped onto the vehicle. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. The devil worm that was smashing against the vehicle suddenly stopped and immediately moved to the side of the vehicle, then it opened its fearsome mouth. When James, who just managed to maintain his balance on the vehicle, saw the series of green eyes, his pupils were gradually covered with horror. "Thank no!" The air screeched, and the sickle collapsed. Blood gushed 2 meters high and formed a misty fog among the sand cloud. Mission failed. Engineer James died and Sergeant Miller was seriously injured. Sergeant Miller is still in critical condition. The rescue forces are returning to the colony. On the big screen in Celestial Trade Command Center, the icon of Engineer James was marked with a red cross. Kelvin stared at the big screen as his expression turned more and more serious. He slowly sat back down on his chair, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. His political sense told him that some things may be out of his control now. The series of discoveries and moves celestial trade made on Mars touched the sensitive nerves of all the countries in the world. International funds, think tanks, scientific research institutions, and all governmental or non-governmental organizations were behaving like sharks that smelled blood in the water. They focused their sights on Xian and celestial trade to track down first-hand information. The attention brought by the devil worm incident exceeded the popularity of the Xian election. Now the international community generally agreed that the specimens sent to Celestial City would likely provide pieces of evidence to uncover a series of unsolved mysteries, such as the Mars ecological environment and geomorphological features from more than 3 billion years ago. After all, everything about Mars could only be speculated based on the data from Curiosity and the Hubble telescope. Since lives existed on Mars more than 3 billion years ago, in this 3 billion years time frame, did civilization exist on Mars? This was the most talked about topic. Everyone was looking to find the answer from the specimen. It was no exaggeration to say that the devil worm opened the door to a new world for mankind. Without failing to live up to the expectations of the international community, Celestial Trade was meticulously preparing for the upcoming summit. However, the bad news from the Mars colony cast a gloom over the upcoming summit. African American, Xian immigrant, ethnic minority, father of 10 children, Jiang Chen tossed a newspaper on the coffee table, sat on the sofa as he pinched his eyebrows, then said with a headache, "How are these people so rowdy?" James' black and white photo was printed on the headline, with a striking title next to it. To be honest, if it weren't for the labels attached to him, the media would not have reacted so strongly. At most, it would criticize the safety of the Mars colonization program, and then condemn Celestial Trade for not planning the rescue mission thoroughly enough. Not thorough enough. There was a well-thought-out plan. However, no plan is perfect. Those reporters were not soldiers. They wouldn't care about how dangerous the situation was. They would at most take a few photos of the devil worm specimen a few months later, then make some aggressive commentary of the Mars creature before they tried to restore what happened with cinematics. In any case, the whole incident was attached to these 4 labels and everything just turned for the worst. With the help of the media with ulterior motives, the whole incident was rendered from a simple, rescue failure, to Celestial Trade's differential treatment of colored minorities, and the media pushed this story further by revealing the relationship between the rescued and the deceased. The African American population made up a small percentage of Xian's population, but for some reason, any issue that occurred in this group often attracted leftists. They would march on the streets and protest with the photo of the deceased. James was portrayed as a victim of discrimination and differential treatment. Celestial Trade, the Mars colony and even Jiang Chen, who was preparing for the election, got caught in the middle of the landslide. Jiang Chen, who was sitting across from him, had a helpless smile. There are always people with too much energy. You and I both know we can't do anything about this. Can we settle this somehow? If James' wife does not sue you, the protesters will have nothing to say. Jiang Chen frowned. It's useless, Jiang Chen shook his head. It's not as simple as it seems. The executives of Celestial Trade certainly considered treating it in a low-profile way, which would be to settle with the family of the victim before the media learned of this news. Unexpectedly, however, just as the news of the rescue leaked, the Canadian government immediately took care of the families of the victim. Immediately afterward, a black activist organization stood up and persuaded James' wife to go through the legal channel, and then volunteered to arrange a strong team of lawyers for her to sue Future Mining and Celestial Trade in Ottawa. There was no doubt that the UA was linked to all this. After all, the two countries shared the same border. The rapid response of the Canadian government made it hard to not associate it with the capital. The activist organization that contacted James' wife was also based in North America. As for covering up the failure of rescue, technically, it was not infeasible, but the actual operation would be too difficult, and if it was exposed, it would lead to an avalanche of controversies. Almost every colonist updated their Twitter and Facebook, and everyone also could talk to their family 5 times a month. It would be unrealistic to isolate Mars from human society just because someone died. What do you mean? Is the UA behind all this? Zhang Yaping frowned. There is a 99% chance they are, but it doesn't make sense to have this discussion. After all, they played their cards, Jiang Chen said with not much worry in his tone. If they think they can rely on this little trick to bother us, then that's just cute. What are you going to do? Start with your problem first. Jiang Chen crossed his fingers over his knee, then looked at Zhang Yaping. What we have to do now is to wait quietly, wait for the rowdiest people to jump out and then take care of all of them at once. The UA continued its attempt to intervene with Xian's election. However, because of the presence of ghost agents, FBA and CIB had been unable to get directly involved in the operations. Since a long time ago, they began providing funds to human rights groups and Koro officials, and even directly subsidized some candidates, who advocated to curtail the expansion of celestial trade and emphasized the state power, to participate in the general election. It was time to cleanse these heretics. Do you need me to do something? Zhang Yaping asked. You don't have to do anything, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Resist the pressure from the public, don't respond to the accusations from the outside world, or simply just don't ask about this. You can prepare for the summit at the end of this month and the election in March. If you already have a good plan, Zhang Yaping forcefully nodded, then we'll follow your plan. It sounded simple to simply ignore the criticism, but it was not a simple task. It was the final sprint till the election, and while his support rate far outranked his opponent, no one could guarantee a victory until the final moment. James was a nobody, someone no one paid attention to. However, his death now became a political event. If the matter was not handled properly, it would become a black mark on his political career. Also, if the event continued to escalate, it may create some suspense for the election in 2 months. This was also what worried Zhang Yaping the most. However, Jiang Chen's next few words erased his concerns. Don't worry. I know what you are worried about, but some things will never happen. Jiang Chen stood up and walked next to Zhang Yaping. With a mysterious smile, he then lowered his voice. There will be news soon that a candidate is suspected of accepting foreign funds, and then they'll be taken away by the persecutor. Then, those idiots who had ulterior motives would gain a deep understanding of the true owner of Xian. Jiang Chen patted Zhang Yaping's shoulder, and left the shocked, or rather, joyous president in the office. In an unknown mansion on Ange Island, 2 men sat across from each other. The coffee table in the middle was filled with recent newspapers and election materials. Okisi looked at the documents in his hand quietly, frowning from time to time. The suited African-American sitting across from him was McDonald, someone from North America's, the Voice of Black. From their name, it was not difficult to guess the nature of the organization. I heard that they are supported by some company on Wall Street. Okisi also heard that the capital may be behind them. But who cares? At least Okisi did not care. However, their request this time was really difficult. Haven't finished reading yet? When Okisi did not respond after a long pause, MacDonald quietly said, there is only one paragraph that changed, that is, at the end of your campaign platform, promise during the term of office to amend the Constitution of 2016, abolish the Defense Outsourcing Act, and withdraw the defense contracting rights from military contractors like Celestial Trade. This is not the same as what we agreed on from the start. Didn't we say we want to promote the Immigration Protection Act? Okisi patted the document in his hand and frowned. Now there are only 2 months left before the election, and you want me to suddenly add a constitutional amendment to the campaign platform, and then explain to my supporters why I suddenly changed my plan? I know this is outside the contract, MacDonald said emotionlessly as he waved to the assistant behind him. So we prepared a reward outside the contract. The assistant walked up and placed the briefcase in his hand on the table. Here is 5 million Xian new dollars, and it is the deposit we are going to prepay you. The black suitcase opened and the fragrance of new ink on paper blew into Okisi's face. He looked at the bundles of cash inside as his eyes widened and he gulped subconsciously. You will completely mess up my election, On one side was 5 million XIN new dollars, and on the other was the throne of the president. Okisi was struggling internally. MacDonald grinned and shook his head. He took out a cigar from his suit pocket and asked the assistant to light it up for him before he put it into his mouth. He blew out a smoke ring and then said to the hesitant Okisi, "Do you think with one line less, you'll have any more hope of defeating Zhang Yaping, who is supported by celestial trade? Stop dreaming. Even with our support, your chances are slim at best." Okisi's did not react well to the statement as his expression turned sour. For anybody, being looked down upon was not the best feeling, especially now that he gained some support among the leftists. The recent James incident also increased his support rate, so much that he superfluously thought that he could have a fighting chance on election day. However, when MacDonald said that he had no chance of winning, it made him quite dissatisfied. But he could hide the dissatisfaction in his heart. After all, the man across from him shouldered almost 80% of his campaign expenses. "Since you have no confidence in me, why are you betting on me?" Looking at the expressionless MacDonald, Okisi quietly asked while he concealed his dissatisfaction. "I'm not investing in you, but the paper in your hands," MacDonald pointed to the paper in his hand with his cigar. "This paper is worth nothing before I become president." MacDonald snorted. "Worth nothing? I have been a lobbyist for more than a decade. I know better than you when something is really worthless. Someone needs to propose it, then someone needs to add to it, and finally someone will perfect it. If citizens don't know they can have such rights, that they can still fight for these rights by voting, then there is no way to start the work. We have enough patience. If we continue step by step, we can take 20 years, 30 years, or even longer to transform this country into a normal country and then develop normal diplomatic relations with it instead of what it is like now. Diplomatic negotiations are not like diplomatic negotiations, instead, it's all business. And you don't need to bother about any of this. You just need to stand in front of the XIN people. Tell them through the election what they can get." MacDonald then paused, leaned forward slightly, and with his arms pushed against his kneecaps, he stared right at Okisi. "Now, tell me. Do you deserve our continued investment?" Okisi gulped. After his internal struggle, his fists clenched and slowly loosened before he finally nodded. "I understand." MacDonald smiled and stood up. "It seems that you made the right choice. Then, I will not bother you anymore." He then gestured to the assistant behind him and walked to the door. At the door, MacDonald stopped and looked back at Okisi, who was sitting on the couch and in deep thought, and said in a joyous tone, "I'll avoid contact with you in the next 2 months. I hope that when I return to the capital, I can see your good news. So Mr. Okisi, I wish you all the best in the election." He smiled and fixed the collar of his suit before pushing open the door. However, at the moment he pushed open the door, the expression on his face froze together with his footstep. 2 men in black suits stood in front of him and their eyes were fixated on him. Behind the 2 men were about a dozen police officers and 7 reporters with cameras. The entire mansion was surrounded by police cars and media vans. "I'm sorry, Mr. MacDonald, I'm afraid you can't go back to the capital." The man in the suit took out an arrest warrant, which was stamped with the seal of the XIN Supreme Court. "We received intel that you are under allegations of 21 charges, including bribery, manipulation of elections, and espionage." Cold sweat dripped down from MacDonald's sideburns. Looking at the man standing in front of his eyes, there was a long silence before he finally squeezed a word out of his mouth. "This is slander, is it slander? We will know soon." The man shrugged and gestured to the police behind him. Okisi was still in his living room, staring at the briefcase full of bills on the table. The bundle of cash made him a little dizzy. He had never seen so much money in his life, and the money was only a deposit of 10% of the total compensation. His trembling fingers touched the box of cash. However, just as he gulped down and tried to count the pile of cash, a roar came from the entrance. You can't do this. I warn you that your actions violate international conventions. Stop, damn it. Do you know who I am? I am. Dense and heavy footsteps interrupted his reverie of a yacht, private beach, and blondes. When he saw the arrest warrant with the seal of the Xian Supreme Court, the police emblem of the Xian National Police, and the cameras of the media, he felt like all his life force escaped from him body. At this moment, his heart almost stopped beating. Without any resistance, Okisi, who looked as pale as a ghost, obediently extended his hands and let the police put handcuffs on him. Resistance no longer served a purpose. He knew at that moment that his political career was over. 1239 tore down their disguise. Hopeful candidate Okisi alleged to have received foreign funding from a black rights activist executive and well-known African-American philanthropist, McDonald. McDonald is facing 21 charges. Is it a human rights organization? Or is it a lobbyist who sells Western values? The Supreme Court of Xian announced its latest findings and terminated Okisi's candidacy in accordance with Xian laws. In less than a week, the event that took a drastic turn. Okisi, who was originally viewed as the immigrant's friend, was imprisoned. Not only did he lose his candidacy, but he also faced charges from the prosecution, and even dragged McDonald into the pit with him. Simply making arrests would offer no benefit other than pouring gasoline on the fire, or rather, it would provide more materials to attack celestial trade. However, unfortunately, the police that received the tip not only arrested the suspects, but they also found 5 million new Xian dollar in cash and an illegal contract at the scene of the crime. All these were captured by reporters behind the law enforcement officers. With concrete evidence, even the most radical leftists were speechless, not knowing how to turn the tide. After all, except for a small number of people who have indeed been instructed by foreign organizations, most people were only being used. And now that this event happened, most people with a brain realized this point. Okisi was not an exception, but Xian State Procuratorate used him to set an example. At the same time, after Okisi was arrested, Celestial Trade, who had been ignoring media accusations, began to launch an offensive round of attacks. It leveraged its influence on the web and changed the focal point from James to the politics behind this entire event. The spearhead was directed right back to the Capitol. In the conference hall of Future Building, the dimly lit room was filled with people. Every time Future Group held a press conference, no matter the size, or the duration, or the location, it would always be filled with excitement. This time, of course, was no exception. Jiang Chen stood at the podium as the president of Future Group and spoke in a solemn and calm tone in front of the media. For the death of James, we would like to express our deepest condolences. He was an outstanding employee. His death was the loss for Future Mining and the entire Future Group. According to our company's regulations and related labor protection laws, his family will not only receive a large payout from the insurance company, but we will also provide considerable compensation for the family as part of our employee protection regulations. This money can be received by James's wife in any court in Xian. There is no need to sue to receive the compensation. We will not refuse to pay compensation because of his skin color, nor will we discriminate against him like what many have accused. Similarly, we will not let him get the part that is not his own because of his skin color or public opinion. Any immigrants, regardless of ethnicity or religion, have equal rights in Xian. This is the Constitution of Xian and the foundation of our country. However, for anyone that attempts to use the name of the minority to seek privilege for themselves, staring at the lens, Jiang Chen said one word at a time. I can tell you with certainty that you are dreaming. In addition, I once again warn those who have ulterior motives. If you think that you can distract us like this, then I will tell you who the real loser will be. At the end of the speech, all the lights in the venue lit up, followed by the questions. The prepared reporters all swarmed up and put their microphones and cameras close to the podium. They tightly formed a half-arc in front of Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang Chen, is your last sentence suggesting that this incident was supported by a particular government? I think I have said enough, please check your notes. I would like to ask if the summit scheduled to be held at the end of the month will be postponed because of the impact of this incident. No, there is a point of view that ghost agents participated in the investigation and evidence collection. Is it legal to use the intelligence agency to investigate the candidate? It depends on whether the candidate's own behavior is illegal. I think it is the same in any country. The identity of the candidate should never be a shield for judicial investigation. Mr. Jiang Chen, may I ask? Jiang Chen selected a few questions to answer before he announced the end of the press conference. He then asked the staff to help the reporters before clearing out the venue. He walked into the lounge behind the stage and took the water from Xia Shiyu's hands. He took a few swigs before he sat down and wiped the drips of water from his mouth in satisfaction. Is it tiring? Not too bad. It's not too tiring, but my throat feels dry. Jiang Chen screwed on the lid and threw the water bottle on the table. You've been really busy lately, Xia Shiyu said, concerned. Everything just happened all at once. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly, leaned back against the chair, and looked at Xia Shiyu with a smirk. Come and massage your honey. When Xia Shiyu heard his words, her cold face suddenly started blushing as she subconsciously looked behind her. The door of the lounge was closed, and Xia Shiyu felt relieved. Then, she rolled her eyes. Can you be more aware of the impact of your words? This is not your home. Although she said she was not happy, she still walked behind Jiang Chen and put her hands on his shoulders. Feeling her kneading of his shoulder, Jiang Chen closed his eyes in comfort. Look at you, just like an old lord. Xia Shiyu grinned and massaged Jiang Chen's shoulder as she felt speechless. Is it comfortable? It's too comfortable. I feel alive again, Jiang Chen said with an exaggerated expression. He looked through Xia Shiyu's hair and stared at the ceiling, before he let out a sigh. I suddenly have a hunch. Xia Shiyu continued while she tilted her head, what hunch? There are going to be many busy days this year. Jiang Chen sighed softly. Isn't that a good thing? Xia Shiyu rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. You're just so bad when there is nothing to do. Now that there are things you need to take care of, isn't that good? You should be worrying about your company. As he held the pair of smooth hands on his shoulder, he looked up and met with the eyes full of love. So, do you like me to be busy, or bad? Her cheeks quickly turned red. Feeling the heat on the back of her hands, Xia Shiyu looked subtly aside and reluctantly whispered the truth. Bad. As soon as the Celestial Trade press conference ended, the door of the president's office were pushed open on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. The FBA director pushed open the door and walked to Hill's desk with haste in his steps. We must get McDonald's people out as soon as possible. He placed a piece of document in front of the president, then with both his hands placed on the table, he said seriously, there is reliable information that Celestial Trade possesses a drug called truth-telling serum. You mean, they will use a truth-telling serum on McDonald? Hill read the document with a frown. Based on their usual tactics, we cannot rule out this possibility, the FBA director said solemnly. I worry that McDonald may reveal to them things that should not be said, such as our financial dealings with North American human rights agencies. At this point, the FBA director looked at Hillary seriously and said, we must get him out as soon as possible. Before they convict him and use the drug on him. Hill rubbed her temples as she glanced at the documents on the table and said wearily. Do you have any good ideas? The FBA director was just about to say something, but then he froze. He suddenly realized that his idea would not work on Celestial Trade. Send a lawyer. The Voice of Blacks had already done that and it hired the strongest team of lawyers, but the situation was still not optimistic. The XIN court seemed to be determined in convicting McDonald. This lawsuit was unfair from the beginning. Send the SEALs. It's debatable if they could even reach Koro Island. The CIB is mainly responsible for foreign affairs. The FBA director looked away awkwardly. We are only responsible for contacting the human rights organization in North America. He was embarrassed to continue. Hill sighed and pushed the document aside. The word XIN gave her a headache, even to the point where she was diagnosed with minor depression. She originally entered politics with huge ambitions, but this result was not something she expected. How would history evaluate her? She could only hope that those historians could put more emphasis on her opponent so that as the first female president of the country, she would not look so incompetent. After all, she still believed that she made the best decision during her tenure, even if the result did not look so satisfactory. She did not lose in politics. Do you know what I want most now? The FBA director carefully asked as he looked at Hill, who was rubbing her brows. President, Madam. What I want most now is for this winter to come sooner. Mrs. President, the FBA director gulped, then reminded in a quiet voice, it's already winter now. The news of McDonald's arrest in XIN had caused a great uproar in the international community, especially among black people. The Voice of Black said in an interview with the media that it will do everything in its power to rescue McDonald and has hired the best team of lawyers to provide legal aid to him. The president of Tanzania even summoned XIN's ambassador to Tanzania to express his concern about the incident. However, in contrast, what attracted more attention from the international community was the speech Jiang Chen gave on behalf of the Future Group at the press conference about the James incident. Jiang Chen's interpretation of equal rights does not mean giving privileges to certain groups of people, led to two polar opposite views of him in the international community. Some people believe that if a certain amount of protection is not given to a small number of people, it would increase social inequality and aggravate racial discrimination, which would not bring fairness. And others thought, this is too damn right. Why bother going in a circle? Just directly create a law to put the money of the rich into the wallet of the poor. Then even the class itself is eliminated. The gap between the rich and the poor is the source of all issues. Especially Jiang Chen's sentence, for some people who try to seek privileges for themselves under the banner of a minority and in the name of equality, I will tell you with certainty that you are dreaming. He gained support from many who shared the same sentiment. Even on the far side of the Pacific Ocean, there were strong supporters of Jiang Chen's words. For example, a certain UA election candidate who threatened to wrestle with Jiang Chen even expressed regret on a talk show. He is a respectable opponent, you know who I am referring to. If our country wants to be strong, we must have a strong leader to remind those who commit crimes with their race and religion to get out of our country. I think I happen to be such a strong leader. You can vote for me. Although most of the people were no longer surprised by this candidate's unthoughtful remarks, this time he did actually offend the black population. There were even black senates that spoke vocally against him and asked the Republican Party to disqualify his eligibility for the March primaries. Of course, Trump did not intend to be soft. After all, his candidacy had been filled with controversies from the very start, and the number of people that asked for his disqualification could not even be counted with just one hand. However, out of the consideration of the votes, he emphasized that the remark was only directed against terrorists and illegal immigrants. You have been jointly condemned. In the evening, Natasha in her dressing gown went to the living room, threw a newspaper on the coffee table, and then sat down across from Jiang Chen. She leaned back on the sofa and lazily raised her beautiful legs. The Voice of Blacks accused you that the condolences to James were not sincere enough, saying that even if James' wife abandons the legal proceedings against Future Group and Celestial Trade, they will still take you to court for this incident. Where do they want to sue me? Moscow? Jiang Chen teased. In Mississippi. My geography is not very good. Jiang Chen yawned as he watched her deliberately reveal her neckline, then he said with a smirk. Compared to this boring topic, we might as well use this time to do something more interesting. Are you not worried at all? After she changed the position of her legs, Natasha raised her eyebrows slightly and curiously asked, I heard that they are calling for a boycott of Future Group products. If they can bear the life of the primitive, I'm not against it. Jiang Chen laughed. From phantom helmets to smart robots to future phones and urban drone systems, Future Group was almost equated with the term next generation that covered all aspects of people's lives. Technologies were addictive. Just like a person who was used to using smartphones would never go back to using an old flip phone. The feeling of being behind on trends would be more painful than anything else. And this very reason was why the UA has kept a cautious attitude about launching an anti-dumping investigation against Future Group. Even if Future Group was already an evident monopoly on the market, the UA has yet to find a company that can replace Future Group. Even Microsoft and Google could not complete this feat. One had to pay high patent fees to the Future Group for graphene chips, while the other simply imported a large number of supercomputing chips from Ange Island every year to maintain its own servers around the world. Well, since you don't take those people to heart at all, I have nothing to say, Natasha shrugged. I went to the Russian embassy today, and the Kremlin wanted me to ask you. How is the situation on Mars? And, do you really not need help? I'm pretty sure we don't need help. Our transport ship should reach the Mars synchronous orbit in 5 days at the latest. Jiang Chen smiled. Instead, when will your scientists come? The specimen has been delivered. So fast. Natasha looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Yeah, to be precise, 2 hours ago, the port of Celestial City has received the freezer compartment containing devil worm specimen. Jiang Chen laughed at Natasha's expression as he said, it should be already transported to the specimen library at the lab. He had already passed the news on to other member states just now. Since Natasha happened to be home, he thought he would tell her the news himself. As for why, of course, it made things more interesting. Wait, received the freezer compartment? Didn't you use a transport ship to deliver this specimen? Natasha asked hurriedly. On the surface, yes, Jiang Chen said, it's impossible for us to dissect specimens in front of the media, right? And what is suitable or not for publicity, these also need to be studied. So, we used a small carrier rocket that is used to transport the specimens. Although the carrying capacity is not high, it can theoretically cruise at twice the speed of the Seagull-class transport ship. I'm going to make a phone call. Natasha got up immediately. Russian scientists can board the plane now, and they will be at the Koro airport by noon tomorrow. Natasha walked towards the stairs. However, when she passed the sofa, Jiang Chen grabbed her arm. This is a valuable piece of information, my dear Miss Agent. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and smirked. Are you not going to give your informant a little special reward? Natasha couldn't help but chuckle at the unique analogy, and she rolled her eyes with charm and dragged her arm from his hand. She leaned down and blew a frivolous breath into his ear, then teased in a whimsical tone. Go to my room in a bit, remember to wash yourself before you come, so I can give you a reward from Miss Agent. Chapter 1241 Not a Worm. On the synchronous orbit, a large hibernation chamber was shipped into a heavily guarded laboratory. The frozen specimen was the Mars species from tens of millions of kilometers away, devil worm. At the same time, scientists from the major member states of the Earth Defense Alliance gathered here. These scientists covered a wide range of fields that could help with the research. Their fields included biology, chemistry, and other related fields. Each person was also authoritative and well-respected in their respective fields. After all, spots were limited and each country only received a few spots to divide among universities, research centers, and scientific research institutions. Even to save their face, it would be foolish to send a nobody. The flow of the experiment was carried out in the order agreed upon. The entire specimen was strictly enclosed in the isolation room, and all members must wear protective clothing when sampling or experimenting in the room. Only one person was to enter the lab at any time with at most one assistant. No items in the lab were to be removed and all apparatus were to be destroyed after the experiment. This strict policy was due to the uncertainty of the devil worm's body carrying viruses, bacteria, or microorganisms that may threaten the ecosystem on Earth. It was not a joke. No one knew if the species that traveled through time 3 billion years ago possessed any obscure traits. Maybe bacteria in its intestines that facilitated digestion would be a biological weapon on Earth that could completely wipe out an endangered species. In short, the experiment began under strict rules. The first subject to be studied was its blood. Its blood is highly corrosive, and it contains an organic acid that we have never seen before. Unbelievable, it is more corrosive than trifluoromethanesulfonic acid. As he examined the data displayed, chemist Verdell Taylor from Frankfurt exclaimed. There were shocked voices when they heard the words through the speaker. It was well known that trifluoromethanesulfonic acid is almost the strongest organic acid known. Not only was it widely used in medicine and chemicals. It could replace traditional sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, and other traditional inorganic acids in many occasions to optimize and improve the process. However, after the organic acid in the blood of devil worm was separated and purified, it was even more corrosive than trifluoromethanesulfonic acid. This discovery alone was enough to have a substantial impact on the chemical industry. In the foreseeable future, after this news gets released, the chemical companies around the world would use every means they could to learn about the chemical formula of this new type of organic acid, and then research its application and production methods. The fervor in everyone's eyes suddenly grew brighter. Just then, a biologist from Russia spoke out. What name should we give to this acid? The room was silent, to the point where one could hear a single needle drop on the ground. This sentence made everyone, including Verdell Taylor in the isolation room, silent. The way everyone looked at the test tube was different. According to the rules of the scientific community, in general, whoever made the discovery received the naming rights. However, there were more than 50 scientists in this lab. They were all participating in the experiment, and all possessed a significant influence in the international scientific community. If the acid was named Taylor acid just because Verdell Taylor conducted the acidity test, the scientists would not be convinced. Separation, purification, and measurement of pH, any one of their students could have done that. Verdell Taylor, in his protective clothing, apparently realized this. He looked at Jiang Chen outside the room and wisely kicked the ball to the top dog. Effectively removing himself from the jealous and unconvinced gazes from his peers. I think we should ask Celestial Trade for its opinion. After all, they found and collected the specimen. This proposal barely got the nod of approval from the scientists. They also realized that it was a difficult problem to solve. Whoever receiving the naming rights would offend everyone else. I agree. You're right. Celestial Trade discovered it after all. No comments. Jiang Chen took a moment to process while he was under the watch of the scientists around the room. He was just there. What kind of opinion could he have? However, since others have asked this question, he decided to respect them. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and then said. Let's call it devil acid. As for the patent, give it to the Earth Defense Alliance Foundation. Jiang Chen's words silenced all the scientists, and they all simultaneously sighed in helplessness. This was a chance to win the Nobel Prize and be remembered in history, but the name ended by being, so sloppy. People say that Celestial Trade's president did not have the best taste in names. It certainly showed today. However, unlike those scientists who were sighing in grief, Jiang Chen was quite pleased with his name. Is formic acid not called formic acid? That's the same idea. The thing that the devil worm has should be called devil acid, right? After all, at least it donated its blood. Give it some respect. As for Nobel Prize, a mark in history. Jiang Chen thought that if all things went smoothly, his legendary life would leave a mark in history. Once he led the Earth fleet to destroy Harmony's colonization ship, then force it to seek for mercy, he would definitely win the Nobel Peace Prize. As for the patent, it would be worth a lot of money. However, since he already owned so many assets, it did not matter in the grand scheme of things. Moreover, the majority of the Earth Defense Alliance funding went to celestial trade and future heavy industries. His thought process was on a different wavelength compared to those in research. The experiment continued. Jiang Chen originally thought that one breakthrough discovery was great. He didn't expect exclamations from the isolation room would come one after another. It's incredible. This blood cell morphology has completely refreshed my understanding of biology. It can complete life activities in such an extreme acid-alkaline environment. Its blood vessels can block hydrogen ions from entering tissue cells, but it doesn't interfere with the exchange of blood cells to the blood vessel. It's impossible, it's too unscientific. Let me take a sample again. Just once. I just found something incredibly important. This is what I have been studying. I need to, hurry up. That subject is over. No matter what you found, go to the back of the line. Yes. Don't waste everyone's time. Jiang Chen looked at the zealous scientists and was quite dumbfounded. Where did their dignity go? Courtesy. The face of a true expert. Yesterday when they had the seminar, they were all respectful. After they saw the specimen, they completely changed. Jiang Chen did not know that for a scientist in the science community, courtesy and respect meant nothing in front of breakthrough discoveries that could trigger an earthquake in the academic world. Many of them were already stalling in their research, but the ancient creature from Mars 3.7 billion years ago opened a new world for them, just like a new skill in the martial arts world. Courtesy. Dignity. What are those? Jiang Chen was the most surprised that the worm he tossed out, intending to please his allies, would turn out to be something different. It seemed to be the discovery of a new world. So, he did not toss out a worm, but a treasure. Looking at the animated scientists, Jiang Chen did not know whether to cry or laugh. 1242 The theory of oxygen supply layer research on the devil worm was progressing slowly. It was not because of the inability of these scientists, but because every breakthrough discovery led to countless possibilities. The devil worms spread their roots of exploration to the boundaries of science and then expanded it to the unknown soil beyond their understanding. The scientists gathered here were like babies feeding on breast milk. They were ingesting unheard knowledge from a species that had lived for 3.7 billion years. The challenging topics in biology, genetics, chemistry, and other disciplines were tackled one by one, and they would evolve into new research branches. In the words of a biologist at the Hua Academy of Sciences, the existence of the devil worm already renewed the human understanding of biology. A few days ago, the world's largest arthropod on Earth was the 12-foot Japanese spider crab. However, devil worm's length was a daunting 15 meters. Also, its terrifying rock drilling ability could penetrate the metamorphic rock formations several kilometers or even tens of kilometers underground, which also brought new understandings of the limits of organisms. In particular, the massive force behind its two pairs of incisors, in theory, could even cut an entire rebar, or even the armor on the T-3 power armor. Only the rover on Mars, nearly 100 tons in mass, could survive the impact of its bite. Its hardened shell also protected it from being cut by fragmented rock formations during high-speed movements, and its defense was sufficient to be immune from 12.7 mm heavy machine gun bullets. Fortunately, celestial trade marines used Gauss rifles, and the armored vehicle was equipped with large-caliber guns and rockets. Otherwise, breaking through the armor would be a challenging enough task. When Jiang Chen received the combat analysis of the devil worm, his first reaction was linking it to the Deathclaws. From his impression, only creatures like Deathclaws could fight against power armors. Inaccurately speaking, it should be the claws of the Deathclaws and the shell of the mud crabs. A Deathclaw alone would have no fighting chance against a devil worm. In all the creatures that Jiang Chen had seen before, perhaps only the mother of Deathclaw could outpower a devil worm later, due to the growing number of discoveries, the research subjects became more and more detailed and specific, and the coverage became more and more widespread. Therefore, they realized there was actually a lack of people. To address this problem, more than a dozen scientists jointly requested Jiang Chen to invite several well-known scientists in the academic world, but whose nationality did not belong to the 4 major member states. It was so the problems encountered in the study could utilize the conclusions already made in their respective fields. After some discretion, Jiang Chen exchanged views with representatives of Hua, Russia, and Frankfurt before finally relaxing the restrictions on nationality. Some of the candidates were selected from the list provided by the joint petitioners. The Earth Defense Alliance issued 11 invitation letters to the South Asian countries, the 3 countries in Eastern Europe, India, and other minor member states, and authorized them to participate in parts of the project. Also, scientists from Finland, Donetsk, and Nippon, countries that were actively promoting accession to the Earth Defense Alliance, received approval. However, this led to another problem. That was, the news of the devil worm arriving in celestial trade could no longer be concealed. Verdell Taylor, is there something you need? In the lounge next to the lab, Jiang Chen put down the newspaper and looked at him as he walked into the lounge. If it's a new joint petition, I'm afraid I will be unable to meet your requirements as we receive thousands of petitions from universities in Europe every day in our mailbox. Too many people want to squeeze in here. It's also difficult for us. When Verdell Taylor heard what Jiang Chen said, he touched his nose in embarrassment and apologized. His name was one of the names in the petition. Jiang Chen was always friendly towards scientists and he did his best to accommodate their requests. Verdell Taylor learned the troubles that his request brought to celestial trade and the Earth Defense Alliance, so he did feel apologetic toward Jiang Chen. It has nothing to do with the petition, Verdell Taylor coughed, then said, we have made new discoveries in the study. Oh. Jiang Chen looked at him, intrigued, what did you find? You know, the entire atmosphere on Mars is made up of carbon dioxide and everything from the groundwater to the rock formations is acidic. Verdell Taylor paused, then said, based on our previous research, devil worms can survive in an acidic environment, and even its blood is a strong acid. Therefore, it's highly likely this is the result of natural selection from more than 3 billion years ago. But later, the scientists we invited to the team came up with different opinions. Oh. Jiang Chen waited for him to continue. In addition to the strong acid blood, we also found some unique organic compounds in its blood. Verdell Taylor wrote a string of chemical formulas on the whiteboard, of which Jiang Chen could not comprehend with his knowledge. And this organic compound can only exist in a strong acid environment. My chemistry knowledge is only at that of an undergraduate student. Jiang Chen said while looking at the long list of chemical formulas on the whiteboard. You don't have to understand it, you just need to recognize this symbol. Verdell Taylor shook his head and pointed to the letter O in the formula. These represent oxygen atoms. I do know this. Suddenly, Jiang Chen found the strangeness in the formula. Almost after every few letters, he could see an uppercase O. This may be a bit amateur of an explanation, but it intuitively reflected the problem. Even if this Mars creature could survive in an acidic environment, it would never be able to survive without oxygen. Verdell Taylor said in a tone with absolute certainty. We have not yet named this organic compound, but it's an organic compound that can only exist in a strongly acidic environment, and this exact compound gives the devil worm the ability to move in an anaerobic environment. Jiang Chen understood the message. There was no oxygen on the surface of Mars. And not just on the surface, but oxygen must also be depleted in the caves underground. The devil worms that moved underground like worms must possess an organ that held oxygen. Jiang Chen suspected it may be a kind of high-pressure airbag, but it turned out the blood was the enabler. Wait, if there is no oxygen on the surface and underground, where is it getting its oxygen? There is also the Gaia civilization. He never noticed this problem, but how did civilizations breathe underground? It's just unrealistic to think they mastered air filtration in the Stone Age. How did these Mars creatures survive underground? Jiang Chen suddenly realized the problem. And Verdell Taylor's next sentence revealed the answer to this question. The oxygen content in the atmosphere is less than 1%, and it's impossible to provide the oxygen needed for an arthropod of this size, Verdell Taylor said with a hint of excitement. So, we can say with certainty that there must be a location underground with high oxygen concentration. We call it oxygen supply layer. Oxygen supply layer? Jiang Chen frowned. Yes. Verdell Taylor nodded, and the excitement between his eyebrows grew stronger and stronger. I'm sure that in this special underground layer, there must be some special anaerobic fungus. This fungus has adapted to the Mars environment and survives in the acidic environment by consuming carbon dioxide and producing oxygen. Its energy source may be geothermal, or it may be the devil worm's feces, but it acts as both a producer and a decomposer. Only with the presence of this fungi could the underground biosphere form into a locked loop. I was invited by SpaceX to design an anaerobic bacterium that could survive in a medium acid environment for their Mars atmosphere transformation project. Do you know what this bacterium means to us? Verdell Taylor said with euphoria and zeal on his face. Although Jiang Chen could already guess it, he still asked the question. What does this mean? It means we will be able to transform the atmosphere on Mars. 1243 reinforcements have arrived. Transform Mars atmosphere. It sounded like a millennium project. They would not only have to increase the oxygen content in the atmosphere, but also bring in greenhouse gases to increase the thickness of the atmosphere, and at the same time find an alternative to the geomagnetic field to avoid the newly generated atmosphere being blown away by solar winds. Moreover, Jiang Chen's positioning of Mars was originally an arsenal of the Earth fleet. From his perspective, the idea of transforming Mars into a terrestrial planet was not attractive. But then again, Verdell Taylor's words finally reminded Jiang Chen of something. When he first entered the underground ruins, it seemed that the air monitoring component of the drone detected higher oxygen content compared to the surface on Mars. At first, he thought it was because it resembled the atmospheric environment of Mars 3.7 billion years ago, but he overlooked the fact it was located several kilometers deep underground. After reporting his progress to Jiang Chen, Verdell Taylor excitedly asked if he could take a flight to Mars, but was immediately shut down by Jiang Chen. Perhaps these scientists were ready to dedicate themselves to the cause of science, but he couldn't risk losing a brilliant scientist. To defeat the enemy, he must first understand the enemy. While celestial trade was still developing its self-capability, the 50 scientists were already standing at the forefront of resisting the invasion of harmony. The more understanding they gained of the biological civilization, the higher the Earth Defense Alliance chance was of winning. What's more, before Jiang Chen dug out the ruins on Mars, he would not send any uncontrolled factors up there. After all, Verdell Taylor was from Frankburg, which represented the Frankburg government. He was not Xian nor a part of celestial trade. In the end, Jiang Chen proposed a compromise of bringing more devil worm specimen back. Based on the response of Captain Hongzhou, the administrator of the Mars colony, there seemed to be a lot of these bugs around Mine 071. As long as the soldiers remained in the vehicles and the specimens were collected through robots and vehicles, the danger should be minimal. At the same time, Jiang Chen also sent a message to Kelvin to ask him to tell the staff on the Mars colony to keep an eye on the speculation made by Verdell Taylor on the existence of an oxygen supply layer. If it did exist, it would be another groundbreaking discovery. One that shakes the academic world if they obtain some anaerobic fungi from that layer. If all went accordingly to plan. Mars colony. The gusting sand ravaged in the desert. The large sheds that were originally located near the cabin were completely destroyed. Hongzhou stood inside as he looked at the ruins outside the window and sighed with a headache. As for what happened to the destroyed sheds outside, everything started with a foolish command. For days ago, Marines once again set off from the colony. This time they had a well-planned strategy. They first parked their vehicle near Mine 071 and immediately used drones to lure the devil worms out from underground, then they detonated the explosives on the drone and killed 2 devil worms from afar. At the request of the Space Command Center, they tied the bodies of 2 devil worms with hooks and dragged the 2 fresh specimens back to the colony. In the next 2 days, they killed a total of 10 devil worms with the same method. Just when they thought these bugs were nothing to fear, they finally enraged these monsters. The destroyed sheds outside the colony were the most evident example. The smarter devil worms no longer bit the drones and even stopped touching the vehicles that they could not pierce through. Following the blood of their same kind, they tracked down the colony and were immediately shocked by everything in front of them. For more than 3 billion years, no living things existed on the surface of Mars, to the point that they had completely forgotten the existence of Mars' surface. But after eating fungi and other arthropods for so long, they were surprised to find neighbors on the barren surface. The floor of the colonial cabin was too thick, and they could not drill through it. But other buildings were not so lucky. The farms in the colony were left with countless holes. The newly built ranch was completely torn apart with all the crops and livestock inside eaten. If it weren't for the fact that the colony was wise enough to not put all of its eggs in one basket, and still maintained an indoor breeding center and an open-air farm within the main building, food for the colonists would be another urgent issue. Fortunately, these devil worms were only interested in moving creatures. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous if the brine desalination device was destroyed. Addicted to the new taste, they roamed near the colony every day to seek for more prey. Now, even travel for the staff was difficult. Other than the Marines' missions, all activities outside were forced to terminate. No one knew where the bugs would pop up from, and no one dared to gamble if they were there or not. The study of Mine 071 was the wrong decision. If we didn't wake up the monsters from underground, we could have been safe. A blonde female stood in front of the Marines, full of emotions, and now, everyone's work has been affected. She was a colleague of James and an employee of Future Mining. The Marines acted quietly and politely around Future Group employees, but an order remained an order and no one could change this. You can go explain to the headquarters. Celestial City needs more specimens, and we're just following the order. Jiang Chen buckled the last button of his kinetic skeleton, checked the safety on the Gauss rifle, and then gestured to the soldiers behind him to walk around the woman. Jiang Chen was the captain of this team of Marines. He commanded the past missions. He was aware of the recent uneasiness in the colony and understood the rationale. He also did not feel great about those bugs that suddenly popped out of nowhere. No one knew more about how annoying and difficult those worms were to deal with. A soldier already died in the post and another one was still receiving limb regeneration treatment in the emergency room. Maybe the tension in the colony could be alleviated once reinforcements arrived. However, Jiang Chen thought that even when the expeditionary forces arrive, it would still be futile. The worms would not directly engage in combat at all. They were like seagulls, skipping on top of the water, flying away after a single blow, and barely stopping on the surface at all. Even if more Marines landed on Mars, what could they do without knowing how to drill holes? However, Jiang Chen, who was preparing to board the vehicle, saw the icon of "Mission Terminated" on the AR screen of his helmet. He was not the only one that saw the same message. The other 6 Marines who already gathered into the vehicle also saw it. The mission is cancelled. What happened? I don't know, it's the command from the Space Command Center. Just as Jiang Chen frowned, and thought he should ask Captain Hong Ziwei if the task should still continue, he heard an exclamation. Wait, look above. What is that? Jiang Chen suddenly looked above and followed his comrade's sight. Through the transparent graphene dome, black figures emerged above the colony one after another. Just like a meteor shower, the figures gradually enlarged in everyone's surprised expression. Reinforcements. With surprise in his tone, someone muttered. *T, they are finally here. A soldier said with relief. It's reinforcements. Zhang Hai was also emotional. The transport ship that carried 1,000 Marines finally arrived on the Mars synchronous orbit. Although he didn't think these people could not bring too much change to the status quo on Mars, even he could not deny the boost in morale he received from seeing them. At this point, the issue bothering him for so long finally went away. In the days to come, at least his team would no longer be fighting alone. 1244 Omniasoso. From the depths of darkness, a giant ship approached the orange-red planet. The words TS Expedition were engraved on the hull and blended in perfectly with the black armor. Just like a sharp sword piercing through the darkness, it eluded a deadly vibe among the stars. The bowl-shaped engine ejected a red glow, and then the glow suddenly disappeared. Under the influence of inertia, the Seagull-class transport ship slowly stopped on the synchronous orbit of Mars. The main engine off. Secondary engine ignited. The orbital parameters have been corrected. The feedback beam is confirmed. The center of gravity is normal. Confirmed to enter the synchronous orbit. The secondary engine off. After a series of commands, the serious and tense atmosphere in the bridge disappeared. A man in a military uniform walked to the captain's side and saluted. "Captain, we have arrived above the colony. Waiting for your orders." The majestic man in the bridge gazed at the fiery red planet outside the window. "Order the deactivation of the hibernation chamber." "Roger." Outside the bridge, inside the transport cabin. The lights on the wall began to illuminate one after another as they lit up the rectangular space. The hibernation chambers along the wall emitted a blue glow as gas escaped from the edges between the hatch and the chamber itself. The hibernation chambers opened and the soldiers inside opened their eyes. They pushed out of the half-closed hatch doors. Just like what they performed many times in exercises, they rushed to their battle positions in an orderly manner. The crew in blue overalls headed swiftly to the function bays of artillery, observation, power, and the Marines in gray-white uniforms rushed into the arsenal and equipped themselves with space-kinetic skeletons and Gauss rifles. They all waited in the buffer cabin on standby. Inside the bridge. The officer returned to the captain and saluted again. "All hibernation chambers have deactivated. Connect the colony channel." "Roger." The holographic screen emerged in the middle of the bridge, and after a series of white flickering images, the image on the screen quickly stabilized. When the man appeared on the screen, from the captain's calm expression, there was a smile that was beginning to form. On the other hand, Hong Zue sighed in relief as he stood in the command room of the colony and looked at the friend on the screen who had finished his captain training 1 year after him. Hong Zue cleared his throat, and with a composed voice, he expressed his welcome to the arrival of the reinforcements on behalf of the colony. "This is Mars Colony. We welcome the expedition force to enter the bay. This is Expedition. The first group of Marines is airborne. Thank you for your hard work." When he looked up above the colony, the joy and shock in Zhang Hai's eyes magnified. The prism-shaped airdrop cabins dragged a blue glow, and left clear trajectories in the sky. They eventually crashed into the desert near the colony. The dust of Mars was sent high up into the air and the impact wave blew the red sand instantly away. The hatches on all sides opened and smashed into the ground. New combat vehicles rolled out from the airdrop cabins as they left trails of dust. The new combat vehicle was called Pathfinder T2. Compared to Pathfinder T1, previously equipped for the colony, the new vehicle had higher tonnage, a hybrid track design that replaced the rubber tires and rapid-fire guns that fired electromagnetic shells. These improvements were designed to deal with extraterrestrial armor units that may appear near Mine 071. Except they did not expect that there would only be a weathered ruin under Mine 071 without anything else in sight. However, the situation took another twisted turn, and the devil worms that emerged from underground caught celestial trade by surprise. The 100 Pathfinder T2s were then deployed to eradicate devil worms, which provided armor protection for vulnerable targets. The movement outside the colony attracted the attention of the devil worms nearby. When the devil worms felt the tremors from the surface, they drilled out from the oxygen supply layer. Like the mythical earth dragons that roamed in the ground in old legends, they accelerated to the source of the tremor, before they penetrated out from the ground and bit down on the new neighbors they haven't even encountered yet. Re-dash. The muffled screeching of the devil worms sounded like cries of pain. The two pairs of sickles hit the sturdy armor but only left a crack the size of a thumb. The large-scale rapid-fire guns began to rampage with glaring lights emitting from the fearsome barrels. The shells accelerated to multiple times the speed of sound, then instantly ruptured the armor of the devil worms and turned those bugs into sieves. Devil worms crawled out from the ground one after another, just like worms after a storm, they bit toward the vehicles. However, the unintelligent creatures were unable to comprehend the stupidity of their behavior. The sickle that could slice granite was stopped by the grade A steel. Unable to break the armor of the vehicle, it at most posed interference to the attack of the vehicles. But when the bugs realized this point and started their retreat into the ground, it was already too late. Inside the spaceship, the captain who had ended communication with the colony locked onto the red dots on the satellite map. Life detection device. The maximum depth of detection for underground creatures was only 5 kilometers, but for those devil worms that sensed the tremor on the surface and already moved upwards, they were within range. When the armored units of Celestial Marines completed its assembly, he immediately ordered. Depth 5 kilometers, launch the underground-seeking missile. Roger. As soon as an order was issued, the crew members in the bridge immediately began to execute. Weapon is loaded. The coordinates are locked. A long stripe-shaped object was separated from the SS Expedition. After it had fallen for some distance, an orange-red flame suddenly surged out from the silenced engine at the tail. Under the dual action of gravity and engine propulsion, the missile began to accelerate as it crossed the distance of 17,031 kilometers before it smashed into the sand dune. When the dust dissipated, the sand dune was quiet, much like in the silent bridge. On the holographic screen in the middle of the bridge, the red dot that was the focus of everyone's attention quickly descended. When the altitude value jumped to -5 kilometers, the gunner calmly said, "Hit confirmed." Almost at the moment when he finished this sentence, the flame was like rolling magma, engulfing the rock and tunnels with devil worms lurking into an ocean of fire. Thousands of degrees of high temperature even ignited the air. Even the metamorphic rock could not withstand such a high temperature, as the rock directly liquefied into magma. The magma dripped into the next layer and formed into pointy stalagmites. No creature could survive through this purgatory. Even the species that survived over 3.7 billion years lost to the weapons of the civilized. The raging flame quickly dissipated. A string of red dots that marked life on the screen also extinguished. An officer walked to the captain and stood upright, clean, and neat. A total of 27 devil worm kills confirmed. The captain listened to the report from the first officer, then nodded. There was a sense of pride hidden deep in his pupils. Devil worms. Alien species. In front of the iron hoof of celestial trade. They are only a so-so. 1245 The summit that shocked the world. The battle on Mars happened over a week ago and January quickly came to an end. The original plan was not altered due to external controversies. Celestial Trade Biotechnology Summit was held as scheduled at the end of the month. The Biotechnology Summit was held in Heart of the Sea, in the northern part of Koro Island. The large-scale landmark building that integrated shopping, accommodation, leisure, and business was one of the defining structures of Xi'an and was printed on all tourism s. A total of 10 devil worm specimens were dissected and made into a total of more than 500 exhibits. The exhibits were transported by Celestial Marines to the Convention and Exhibition Center. These specimens ranged from the tissue cells of the devil worm to the entire specimen itself. Exhibits such as blood, heart, and limbs were individually exhibited. All the exhibits were tightly sealed in a vacuum by a double-layer bulletproof glass. An incendiary bomb was placed inside the display. If a leak was detected, the incendiary would ignite to generate temperature over 5,000 degrees, which would destroy all samples inside the display. It was designed to prevent the invasion of foreign bacteria and viruses into the ecological environment of the city. Because the bomb charge was strictly controlled, people outside would not be harmed. In addition to the exhibits, celestial marines also appeared at the summit. A soldier in kinetic skeleton stood next to each large showcase and held a loaded Reaper assault rifle. The exhibition would run for 1 month. On the first day of the exhibition, the number of tourists in Heart of the Sea doubled. The Xi'an Ministry of Transport had to send more traffic police to maintain the order in nearby areas to ensure that foreign delegations and media could enter the venue. The ancient vehicles that could not operate on maglev roads were indeed troublesome. It was not only journalists and scholars who were allowed to enter the exhibition, many tourists that visited Koro City would also not miss this opportunity. After all, it was a Mars species that they have never seen in this life. Or the life before. Everyone used to think there was only an empty desert on the red planet. Even if they placed a dinosaur specimen in the exhibition, the venue would still be packed. It wouldn't matter if people didn't understand what they see, the purpose was to take photos. "My God, this bug is huge!" a tourist exclaimed. "Mom, I want a photo of me riding on top of it." The bratty child cried as he dragged on his mother's sleeve. At this size, it's difficult to associate it with insects, someone commented. Of course, for safety reasons, visitors could only take photos outside of the safety line. They could not take photos too close to the specimen. Media reporters were allowed to cross the line but were also not allowed to touch the glass showcase. However, pictures were enough to showcase the fearsome nature of the giant-sized devil worm from 3.7 billion years ago. The longest devil worm specimen has reached 20 meters, and the shortest is still 13 meters long, 7 times bigger than the largest known arthropod, the Japanese spider crab. Its existence has opened up a new perspective on arthropods. What kind of gene do they possess to allow them to survive more than 3 billion years? Perhaps only the mysterious nature has an answer. Mars is a crazy place. I can't wait to go to Mars to give an interview with these big guys, but Celestial Trade staff recommended me not to do that. In the venue, reporters commented on these specimens in front of cameras. Although the information available to them was only surface level, it was more than enough to satisfy the public's curiosity about Mars creatures. A BBC reporter was speaking in front of a specimen, and as he finished his speech on the devil worm's blood, he then saw a group of people had gathered at one corner of the venue. He remembered there was no exhibits there. A crowd gathered in front of the organizer's office. Most of them are over 50 years old. What happened? Let's interview one of them. "Hello, mister, are you here?" Protest. The old man with glasses and a white beard said with anger, "As you can see, we are protesting. Why can't we participate in the research? They are obstructing academic freedom." "Yes. On behalf of the Harvard School of Life Sciences, I protest against what Celestial Trade is doing. Nationality should not be an obstruction to scientific progress." The professor moved closer to the camera and expressed his dissatisfaction. "I clearly received a nomination for the devil worm research team, but the Earth Defense Alliance crossed me off the list because of my nationality. That is too strange." He had attended many scientific research summits, and he was invited every single time by the organizer. However, this was the first summit he took the initiative and applied to attend for a summit, and he was rejected. If this happened anywhere else, he would have blacklisted the company for life. However, this time, he purchased the ticket at his own expense. There was no other reason than the fact that it was an exhibit on Mars species. Even if he could not get into the lab, he still wished to see its appearance. So he considered this a vacation at the island on Western Pacific. However, when he saw the 20-meter-long devil worm, and the green blood labeled as highly acidic on the side of the showcase, his odd compulsive disorder suddenly started to take effect, feeling uncomfortable if he did not touch the specimen syndrome. However, when he went to see the staff at the summit and showed his identity, and then subtly hinted at the fact that he could help the summit by studying the specimen and offering some advice, the staff member brought him here with an eccentric look, and that's how he joined the protesters. "Professor, may I ask you for your name?" Seeing that the old man looked familiar, the BBC reporter quietly asked. "Martin Karplus." The BBC reporter immediately showed his respect, but at the same time, disbelief grew in his eyes. As a reporter who has focused on technology interviews for many years, he was certainly familiar with this old man. Martin Karplus was the winner of the 2013 Nobel Prize in Chemistry. The creation of multi-scale models for complex chemical systems was a milestone for chemical technology. However, it was because of the shocking identity of the old man which made the reporter even more confused. A respected academic scholar like him normally did not accept invitations from normal companies. Now that Martin Karplus offered to help, Celestial Trade should not rejected the offer. However, the reporter soon saw a familiar face behind Martin Karplus. Michael Levitt. Like Martin Karplus, he was also one of the winners of the 2013 Nobel Prize in Chemistry with dual citizenship in the UAE and the United Kingdom. He graduated from Cambridge and was a professor of structural biology at Stanford University. He was awarded for the same reason as Martin Karplus, but his research direction was different. Professor Michael's research field was mainly biocomputing, and he was one of the first scientists to design DNA and protein molecular dynamics simulation. He ultimately started a new era of structure to function in the field of biophysics. In a simple sentence, these two were the great magicians in the scientific community. However, these great magicians were blocked from attending the summit. He then looked at the other people. Their fame and achievements were no inferior compared to the Nobel Prize winners, or perhaps even superior. The BBC reporter sensed a story and immediately asked the assistant to direct the camera. He walked forward with a smile, handed the microphone to them, and gave them an opportunity to express their dissatisfaction. Chapter 1246 made headlines again. In the same night, the BBC broadcasted an interview. In addition to the specimens being exhibited, the protests of more than 30 professors in front of the office were also broadcasted. Online. On Twitter. On Facebook. On the social media platform dominated by Western crowds, the platforms were all enraged after they learned the news. Even Martin Karplus has been rejected. What do Celestial Trade want to do? And Michael Levitt, I know him, he is an outstanding alumnus of Cambridge. Although I don't recognize these names, why are they stopping us from participating in the research? Why? It feels like going back to the Cold War era. An iron curtain is falling from the Pacific Ocean. This is obstructing academic freedom. The voices on social media were divided into two distinct sides. Some expressed their understanding. After all, Celestial Trade collected the specimens. While the other side condemned Celestial Trade for the lack of social responsibility and the use of Cold War mentality to obstruct academic freedom. Of course, most people followed the event for the drama. After all, Heart of the Seas venue allowed free entry and many tourists took photos and posted them on their social media account. Many were also able to satisfy their curiosity of the Mars creature. As for academic freedom and Cold War mentality, only a few cared about these two schools of thought. In the eyes of most people, what was the fuss about being able to see a few specimens? These disputes on Facebook and Twitter were blocked outside an impenetrable firewall to the audience in Hua. However, many people still watched the BBC video that was uploaded and learned about the incident and expressed their thoughts. Not on Facebook and Twitter. On Weibo. On WeChat. And on Future 1.0. It was a completely contrary set of opinions. Celestial trade is OP. Huh, so what if they're angry? They didn't bring us onto the ISS. They placed a blockade on high-precision CNC and technology for half a century. I didn't see them yelling about academic freedom and science without borders. They were asked to join Earth Defense Alliance and refused. As to why you are not allowed to participate, ask your leader. When there was a lot of discussion on social media, the traditional media also covered this matter. Finally, the Committee of the Earth Defense Alliance held a press conference to specifically address this matter. Kelvin spoke in front of the media. The Earth Defense Alliance has rights to selectively release research on extraterrestrial biology and civilization to the international community. This is mainly due to security considerations, and the decision is jointly made by all member states. Please do not overinterpret the decision. However, how can this situation not be overinterpreted? For the behemoth known as the Earth Defense Alliance, any decision could be studied closely by major think tanks. In particular, the professors had already called out to their students to sign a petition. By now, the petition already exceeded 100,000 signatures, which must be addressed by the government. However, while everyone was speculating what the UA would do, the capital's response was rather calm. It stated that the matter was being discussed with the Earth Defense Alliance member states, but then there was no more follow-ups. Coincidentally or not, shortly after the exhibition began, an abandoned rocket launch site near B City restarted its operation under NASA and SpaceX. The new Falcon rocket collecting dust in the warehouse once again went up and began its preparations for launching. In February, scientists from all over the world began to develop synergies with each other while Devil Worm's research started to enter the right track. The 4 newly built isolation rooms allowed for far more efficient research. After several meetings with the member states revolving around the issue of Mars and the soon-to-be-completed million-ton spaceship, Jiang Chen returned to the surface on the space elevator. Before coming home, Jiang Chen first went to Coconut Island, and sent a small freezer with sample cells sealed in the interdimensional transport device to Lin Lin's laboratory. Then he finally went home after half a month to continue the game he did not finish last time. Coral Island Mansion. In the night, a breeze blew and the coconut trees outside the window swayed its leaves to hide the intimate moonlight. You made headlines again. Natasha's eyes rolled as she tried to change the subject. You are on the man that made headlines. The topic ended. Natasha realized that she failed to divert Jiang Chen's attention, so she gritted her teeth and rolled her eyes again. You have a surprising number of fans. What do you think happened today? At noon today, the embassy's new translator, who is super hot, asked me what kind of person you are while holding on to the cover of Moscow Times. She also asked whether or not she could meet you. Oh. What kind of person am I? Natasha rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, who was smirking, then gnashed her teeth while she shook her head to move her sweat-drenched hair aside. She was panting on top of the chessboard with an expression that looked like she was dying. Are you even Asian? I suspect you are. I am. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. An alien. Natasha looked at Jiang Chen seriously as she adjusted her disordered breathing. They exchanged eye contact in silence for a minute. Jiang Chen slapped on the curvature with a smirk as Natasha responded with a high-pitched moan. Don't even think about escaping this one, you still have 972 push-ups and 1,720 squats to do. Jean is counting for me. Actually, it's 972 and 1727. The watch shimmered slightly, and Jean's unemotional electronic voice sounded from the bedside table. Oh, God, kill me. Natasha rolled her eyes back, just finish me. Not possible, Mississippi agent, Jiang Chen said with a sly smile, we decided. Whoever loses is going to be punished. As soon as she heard the word punishment, her expression changed to sadness and she looked like she was about to cry. She should not have played this game with him. This guy is ridiculous. A game is just a game after all. When one side can't last any longer, the fun to continue is no longer there. After Natasha finally got tired and sought for mercy, Jiang Chen teased her a few times before he finally gained the upper hand in the game. After a high-pitched moan, he fell asleep with the weary and satisfied, blonde kitten. The next morning, when the first morning rays scattered in, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. He lazily turned on the bed and saw Natasha was already getting dressed. He then said mockingly, "I can't believe you got out of bed earlier than me. I knew I shouldn't have trusted your expression. You also know that I was a special agent." Natasha curved her charming lips and swayed her hair. She then combed them to the back of her head and said joyously, "You're just not as good as you think you are if you still fall for the same trick. Don't even, I just let you have it. Or shall we try it once more tonight?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Today, you belong to Xia Xiyu." Her golden ponytail swayed as she left Jiang Chen, and left Jiang Chen with only the image of her back. Suddenly, she said, with a smirk, "You can express all your dissatisfaction with me on her." Natasha pleasingly walked to the door. Just as she opened the door, her knee suddenly gave out as she almost fell down. Sure enough, she made up her resilient appearance. When she looked back, she saw the grin in his eyes. She left him with a dirty look before she closed the door and walked away. Jiang Chen silently gave her his blessing to not fall again. Then he got dressed before he left the bedroom. The biotechnology summit was still ongoing. The scientists who protested for 3 days to no avail already dispersed. They disappointedly left on planes and returned home. Devil acid extracted from the devil worm had already seen industry applications based on research from by the Chemical Research Institute of Future Heavy Industries. 2 large chemical plants were built in New Malaysia Special District. The acid would be used in Future Biology's pharmaceutical plants, Future Heavy Industries factories and the shipyards in the synchronous orbit to replace the trifluoromethanosulfonic acid required in some parts of the original production process. The small change would yield an increase of 1 to 5% in efficiency for Future Heavy Industries in the next year. While the number appeared to be trivial, Future Heavy Industries' total industrial output was equivalent to the output of a developing country. Not only devil acid, but also some of the organic materials extracted from devil worm's shell were applied to the military to optimize the composite material on the kinetic skeleton. The optimized kinetic skeleton's weight would be reduced by 1 to 3% while its material strength would increase by 5%. The few percentages of improvements should not be underestimated. Originally, the M-series assault rifles had a difficult time penetrating the kinetic skeleton armor at mid-range without special bullets. Now with the additional 5% armor buff, the assault rifles would be even less effective. As for the weight reduction, no one would ever complain about the equipment being too light, especially the infantry fighting among bullets. This technological advancement resulted from biological research previously obtained from deathclaws. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that Jiang Lin mentioned this to him a long time ago. Some of the materials on the early K1 kinetic skeleton were extracted from the shell on the head of deathclaws. And the mother of Deathclaw that he killed directly resulted in a 5% increase in defense for the new K1 kinetic skeleton. He did not think too much of the changes. Since at that time, his force in either world could be considered powerful. With Celestial Trade's current scale, the minor changes could exponentially increase the overall combat effectiveness of his forces. The research on the devil worm continued. Researchers from all over the world practically lived inside the lab. Like the treasure hunters in the labyrinth, they were searching for more amazing treasures on the specimens. At the same time, a battle report and a list of supplies floated from Mars tens of millions of kilometers away and into Jiang Chen's hands. In the past week, TS Expedition killed a total of 500 devil worms, but only managed to recover 21 specimens. Most of the devil worms died in the flames of the incendiary bombs. 200 rounds of earth-boring incendiary missiles, 10 tons of small-caliber shells, 50 tons of vehicle-mounted shells, and even more weapon batteries, were burning money too fast, right? It was the impression Jiang Chen received after reading through the list of supplies. The consumption is indeed too high. Kelvin nodded in agreement. I want to know now how much incendiary bombs we need to return our Mars colony back to normal. When Jiang Chen pointed to the list, he immediately identified the key of the problem. Without knowing the number of enemies left, regardless how many bugs celestial trade killed, it would serve no purpose. Kelvin also captured this point. However, he did not have a good explanation for it. Devil worm's activity range is 5 kilometers below the surface. This range is beyond the range of our life detection devices. We can only use seismic waves to analyze formation porosity, then determine the possible formation they are in, and then blindly send a shell in that direction. Kelvin let out a sigh. I also know that this is very inefficient, but it seems to be the most efficient way. This shouldn't even be considered a method. Jiang Chen shook his head. He watched the memory of the Gaia civilization, and devil worms 3.7 billion years ago could drill 50 kilometers deep and move on the mantle. The lower it went, the more likely for the oxygen-forming fungus to exist. The more number of hollow layers, and the more space for devil worms to live and reproduce. Earth-boring missiles would not be able to cover a 5-kilometer depth, let alone expanding the number to 50 kilometers. The amount of missiles needed would be astronomical. Suddenly, Jiang Chen remembered the scene that he had seen in the memory of Harmony civilization. The Brahma that arrived at Gliese 581G alone established a colony in the New World. Eventually, due to the expansion of the colony in the expansion of living space, they angered the arthropods living underground. In the hundreds of years of war, they first took the upper hand, but in the end they were forced to retreat back to the orbit. History always repeated itself. The only difference was that the TS expedition is backed by celestial trade. I'm worried about one thing, Jiang Chen said as he was deep in thought. What? Kelvin looked to him. If our behavior becomes part of natural selection to some extent, then it has contributed to their evolution. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He crossed his arm and thought, could it be that by the end, even the incendiary bombs will not be able to eliminate them? Devil worms survived through the timeline of 3.7 billion years. Time annihilated countless civilizations, razed mountains to the ground, turned forests into deserts, evaporated the oceans, but the uncivilized worms remained resilient. They were like cockroaches. Even more difficult to deal with than cockroaches. From a survival perspective, arthropods seem to be more advantageous than mammals. That can't be right. Looking at Jiang Chen's serious expression, the previously determined Kelvin also became uncertain. In his cognition, no carbon-based organism could withstand the heat of the flame. It's true, but not exactly accurate. Is it really not possible? I certainly hope so. Chapter 1248 An Egg Specimen. Based on the X-factory price of future military, the cost of a ground-seeking Earth-boring missile capable of being launched from the synchronous orbit was about 5 million XIN new dollars. When combined with the incendiary bomb, the cost totaled 5.5 million. 200 rounds of Earth-boring missiles totaled 1.1 billion XIN new dollars. Including the other bombs and batteries, the cost would total at least be 100 million. Money was being burnt the moment they hit the launch button. Less than 2 weeks after TS expedition departed, it reached out to the headquarters for a supply of more than 1 billion. Even with the behemoth empire Jiang Chen built, he was still shocked by how fast it burned through cash. In fact, not accounting for the expenditure costs related to the expedition, so far, Celestial Trade and Future Group spent 20 billion on Mars. But in contrast, disregarding the values of the Gaia civilization, the value created by the Mars colony was less than half of the total bill. This was probably the most painful element of building a farm on another planet. Before the crops grew out, you don't even know what would grow out. But fortunately, the frontline didn't just send him bills, there were some other things. In mid-February, Through a comprehensive analysis of formation information and vital signal volatility, researchers at the Mars colony concluded that there was an 80% chance a devil worm's nest was located in a granite-like cave located about 1 kilometer deep in the northern part of the colony. If the information was reliable, this may be the shallowest devil worm nest found so far in the Mars colony. With this information in mind, TS Expedition immediately sent a ground force to encircle the nest. By using a vehicle equipped with a large drill bit, it managed to create a 30-degree tunnel to the target formation. The drilling vehicle was often used on Earth to build undersea tunnels, so it was capable of completing work on the relatively loose rock formation on Mars. While they drilled down, the rear engineering vehicle built steel brackets on the tunnel wall, poured cement, and cast a concrete wall to prevent devil worms from destroying the tunnel. Who said humans can't drill holes? The Celestial Marines proved that humans could not only drill holes but could also build roads in the holes. Devil worms could not destroy the tunnel despite all their efforts because of the concrete wall reinforced by grade A steel. When the drilling vehicle penetrated into the nest, the armored vehicles rushed in and immediately unleashed its firepower against the devil worms. A bloody massacre began. The shells accelerated to beyond the speed of sound, rendered the shell of devil worms to be useless. But behind them were their eggs, which made it almost impossible for them to combat effectively against the enemies inside their nest. The hoarse screams echoed in the tunnel and were overwhelmed by the explosions. Green blood splashed everywhere, and in just 10 minutes, at least 50 adult devil worms fell inside pools of blood. Except for a few devil worms that escaped after they recognized the situation, there were no devil worms alive in the pot-shaped cave. After the soldiers exterminated the biggest threat, soldiers in kinetic skeletons jumped out of the armored vehicle's rear cabin door. They carried wire mesh and rushed toward the eggs, then created a safety belt between the armored vehicles and eggs. This kind of wire mesh could not be recovered after deployment, and possessed high strength, especially to shear forces. After the soldiers completed these tasks, 6 soldiers spread out to form a defensive formation. They raised their rifles while they waited for the scientists on the vehicles to collect specimens. A devil worm suddenly attacked from below. However, after the mandibles broke the wire mesh, it could not bite through the wire and became stuck in the mesh. The medics immediately rushed out with stretchers and dragged the soldiers who had been attacked from below into the vehicle. The devil worm with its teeth stuck in the wire could only squirm its head madly. It desperately attempted to pull its mandibles out, but everything was futile. The Celestial Marines next to it immediately stepped forward and fired a dozen bombs at its head before it no longer irritated the crowd. Several researchers in heavy protective suits once again walked out and carefully dug out the half-person tall eggs, then stored them in a large freezer. New enemies continually rush out from below, but they all got stuck in the mesh. These devil worms who were not afraid of death brought a lot of difficulties to the sample collection process. Fortunately, except for the 2 soldiers who received minor injuries, there were no casualties. After the samples were collected, the soldiers began to evacuate from the tunnel, and left only pools of green sap and severed legs. All eggs were to be sent back to Celestial City for research. It was the first time Celestial Trade received such a complete egg. It marked this mission a huge success. And in addition to those eggs, a frontline scientist also found a unique red fungus in the cave. These fungi were extremely small and grew on coarse sandstone. It appeared to be part of the rock. If not examined under a magnifying glass, it could be mistaken for hematite. After an analysis was done by scientists from the TS expedition, it was confirmed that the fungus may be the oxygen-forming fungus scientists speculated to be capable of surviving in an anaerobic environment. It was the provider of oxygen and food for underground Mars creatures such as the devil worm. The eggs and oxygen-forming fungi were loaded onto the rocket. After more than a week's flight, the freezer compartment was recovered at the Celestial City port. These samples once again completely astounded the scientists. As for how they have refreshed their understanding of biology and what new breakthroughs were made in biotechnology and chemical technology. Jiang Chen had lost interest in knowing about these astonishing breakthroughs. It was almost March. Xian was ready to vote for their president. Although he was not a candidate, as a behind-the-scenes ruler of Xian, he still had to pay attention to the election. In addition, at the end of the same month, the primaries of the UA was also set to take place. Future Group and the B City Consortium had invested a lot of chips on Joseph Kennedy. Hill's internal support rate in the party had fallen to a new low, and it was unlikely she would win the primaries. Only two candidates remained hopeful, Kerry backed by the Morgan Consortium, and Joseph Kennedy. The victor who would come out in the primaries to represent the Democrats in the battle in November still remained unknown. Jiang Chen temporarily delegated the matters of the Mars colony and the related research to Kelvin as he began to shift his focus back to Earth. The first day of March was also the last day of the Mars exhibition. Jiang Chen came to the outdoor venue next to the heart of the sea. In front of the cameras, he delivered the closing remarks to all the visitors and viewers around the globe. We are marching towards an incredible era. Just like Columbus brought the attention of entire Europe to the Americas, our fleet brought the attention of the world to the planet tens of millions of kilometers away. With the advancement of our engines, I believe this number will double or even grow exponentially in the next century. Now Mars is just a barren desert, full of radiation, sandstorms and all kinds of dangers, but apart from the distance itself, I don't think it will be worse than the Moon. Mars is full of rich iron ore mines. Every grain of sand smells like rust. The asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter will become our future mines for titanium, rare earth minerals and helium-3. Our fleet is growing, and our colonists are departing in batches, transforming Mars into the largest industrial area in the solar system for human civilization. We will use it as a springboard to fly out of the boundaries of the solar system and redefine the frontier of civilization. Celestial Trade welcomes any company from around the world to participate in the development of Mars. It is expected that around mid-year, the flight between Earth and Mars will be confirmed. At the latest, by the beginning of next year, the first flight to Mars will take off. The passionate speech resonated in the venue. Inside the presidential suite at the heart of the sea, two men in suits sat by the window. There was a bottle of expensive red wine on the table, beautiful and well-dressed assistants stood behind them. Judging from their temperament, their suits, and their watches, they looked like businessmen visiting Xian to learn about the investment environment. From their point of view, everything happening in the venue was under their gaze. "Charles, I heard that you sold the diamond mine in South Africa." The man with the hooked nose said as he sipped the red wine. "Yes," the man that appeared to be Jewish nodded and said crisply, "After the collapse of the Rothschild Bank, I repurchased my company's debt at a low price. Now my decision is equal to our company's decision." No, I mean, why are you doing this?" The man with the hook-nosed man asked curiously. "I remember you were quite optimistic about the reserves of that diamond mine last year. Why did you change your mind this year? You haven't realized." The Jewish man raised his chin as he stared down at the venue. "I can sense from the ambition of Future Group that at least in the next century, the traditional resource industry has no future. Look at the share price of Vail, even Wall Street is reducing their holding." "So you want to move downstream?" the hook-nosed man smiled. "I remember you were gloating that a factory may go bankrupt, but a mine will forever keep its value." "You know," the Jewish man shrugged, "that was last year. The same scene also happened in different places. Although the market did not respond at this moment, people's expectations for the mining industry completely faded. In the next few days, the iron, aluminum, and other metals futures market plunged. Only titanium and rare earth mineral managed to remain at a relatively stable level. These two minerals were widely used in spacecraft and had demands only second to steel. In contrast to the plunging prices of raw materials, new development opportunities emerged downstream. New factories had sprung up in Ange Island, New Malaysia Special District, and the newly built Mill Island Industrial Park. With the advantage of being close to the space elevators, they would be able to obtain cheap space minerals with lower shipping costs. Therefore, global capital flooded in. All these changes happened subtly. Jiang Chen, on the podium of the venue, was describing the future of human civilization to the people around the world with his voice, but he did not think that far yet. He was playing the same role as Columbus. He had to depict the New World as a paradise full of gold, where he had led celestial trade's fleet to the first bucket of gold. The seed of civilization would naturally sail across the stars and turn the barren land into the paradise that only existed in people's imagination. In the applause, the passionate speech came to an end. Jiang Chen nodded to thank the audience for their applause, then he handed the microphone back to the host and left the stage. After the closing ceremony of the exhibition, rain started to drip down. Next to the parking lot, Aisha ran to Jiang Chen's side, and caringly opened the umbrella for him. Jiang Chen saw the rain had dripped on her shoulder as he immediately grabbed her shoulder and took her into his arm. There were a few exclamations not far away. Several reporters immediately raised their cameras and pressed the shutter before celestial trade bodyguards dispersed them. There were reporters watching. Jiang Chen's move caught Aisha by surprise, then she quietly whispered. "Don't worry," Jiang Chen smiled. "There is nothing to hide." Even with no reporters watching, his romantic affairs were well known. Although some men and female rights activists often criticized him for being unruly and not respecting women. However, Jiang Chen did not agree. He never used his position to force anyone to do anything for himself. Nor did he cover up his private life under a glamorous surface. In this regard alone, he thought he was more righteous compared to the other people in the same class. If someone wished to make irresponsible remarks, he allowed them since he was never bothered by those comments. He never portrayed himself as a saint to participate in an election. Feeling the warmth from his muscular chest, Aisha's cheeks turned red as she pressed her face against him, quietly enjoying the moment. However, her sight moved in the direction of the reporters and captured the annoying faces with the special contact lens of ghost agents. Although Jiang Chen did not care, she considered it her duty to maintain his reputation and let those unscrupulous people shut up. On the extended lure, the magnetic levitation engine launched and the scenery outside the window gradually moved down. He held on to Aisha's hand as he watched the beautiful blue building outside, his thoughts drifted away. His watch vibrated. "Your phone," Aisha said softly. "Aha," he gently squeezed her hand before letting it go. Jiang Chen opened the holographic screen of the watch and slid down. When the phone was connected, Kelvin's face appeared on the screen. As soon as he saw Jiang Chen, he reported. "We found several stowaways." "Stowaways?" Jiang Chen was surprised by the comment. He laughingly responded, "This needs to be reported to me. Mainly because, their identity and the location of the smuggling are a bit unique." "Oh." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "What's unique about it?" "They sneaked onto Mars." 1250 The successful smugglers, in the dark universe, a silver-white rocket slowly approached the red planet. There was a palm-sized star-spangled flag on the side of the rocket. The symbols of NASA and SpaceX were printed below the flag. "Here is Ares, we have entered the Mars sync orbit, over." Through the round glass pane, an astronaut in the spacecraft looked at the fiery red planet. He suppressed his excitement and reported to the Mission Control Center with a trembled voice as he desperately tried to control his emotional state. The silence lasted for about 5 minutes. For NASA that had yet to master the super-light-speed communication technology, the interval between each communication was approximately 5 minutes. "This is Mission Control. Congratulations, you are the pride of our country." After more than a month of flight, they finally arrived. Ares, with a total weight of more than 400 tons, was propelled by 4 latest Ares 6 propulsion engines. It crossed the distance of tens of millions of kilometers and penetrated the technology blockade of celestial trade to finally arrive at this red planet. The thought of this made the 8 astronauts teary with emotions. Is that the Seagull class of celestial trade? A blond, skinny man pointed out the window. Against the backdrop of the dark universe, a rectangular-shaped giant ship floated quietly in the darkness tens of thousands of kilometers away. Through the telescope, they could clearly see every inch of armor on the huge ship. The menacing cold steel formed a distinct contrast with the red planet, just like a hardened sword. Even with the distance between them, they still felt insignificant. Brice shook his head hard and pushed the wrong thought out of his head. As the captain of the Mars expedition team, he was also the captain of Ares. They came to place the star-spangled flag onto Mars, not to envy celestial trade's achievements. They are very powerful, but we can surpass them one day. A Jewish man walked over to him, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with certainty in his voice, "Order the landing." "Thank you, Zubak." Brice took a deep breath and gave an order to the entire crew of missionaries behind him. "All ship crew members, enter the buffer cabin. We'll at the new land." "Roger." There were cheers and whistles. Under Brice's order, everyone entered the buffer cabin and prepared for shock resistance. In the slowdown phase, they needed to withstand around 7 g of gravity, but it was simple for them. They already trained countless hours for this very moment. A UFO is detected in the synchronous orbit. A UFO? With his unfinished coffee, the captain of TS expedition walked next to the radar observer, then looked on the screen. After he examined the situation, he ordered, "Open the optical observation system." "Roger." The observer's finger tapped on the trackpad a few times and quickly picked up the image of the flying object on the screen. After several magnifications and resolution corrections, a flying object with a length of about 25 meters and a diameter of about 5 meters appeared in the image. When the captain saw the star-spangled flag on the object, an odd expression appeared. He put down the cup of coffee, then looked at the correspondent located at the back. "Connect to the Space Command Center." "Roger." Kelvin was at the entrance to the express train of the Earth Defense Alliance headquarters in Celestial Trade City. He was ready to head back to the Space Department. His watch vibrated. When he opened the holographic screen, he discovered it was from the Ground Command Center. After he understood the situation, he immediately transferred the communication to TS Expedition and spoke to the captain on the screen with seriousness in his voice. "Explain the exact situation to me." The captain saluted and quickly reported. "We found the UA spacecraft near Mars orbit, with NASA and SpaceX logos. According to the spacecraft scale analysis, it is initially determined to be a manned spacecraft." "A manned spacecraft?" Kelvin frowned as he said with a peculiar look, "What do they want to do?" "They launched a rocket to Mars in complete silence." Although Celestial Trade did not rule out the idea and even received information from certain channels, Kelvin was still shocked when he confirmed the news in person. After all, the biotechnology summit ended not long ago and they already demonstrated the danger of devil worms. What did the capital decide to launch a manned mission to Mars even knowing this point? Or they thought the warning was a joke? From the way it's changing course, it should be intending to land on the surface of Mars. "Our pilots are ready to take off at any time for an interception," the captain said in a strong and assertive tone. "How likely are we to be discovered?" Kelvin asked. "We can launch an EMP missile first to get rid of the communication modules exposed on the outside of the spacecraft, and then send a Stingray AI to take it down." The captain asserted, "Unless their spacecraft is equipped with an early warning radar, otherwise the probability of discovering our attack is 0. After a moment of thought, Kelvin said, "Can you calculate their landing site?" "We can approximately locate their landing site. The error margin is within 10 kilometers." The captain sent a coordinate to the holographic screen in front of Kelvin. Looking at the coordinates on the screen, Kelvin quietly calculated in his mind. Even at the closest coordinates, these people would be hundreds of kilometers away from mine 071. There was no need to be concerned about what they would discover. Moreover, the area where they landed seemed to be close to the active area of devil worms. Order the pilots to be on standby on the carrier, but don't worry about them. In half a minute, Kelvin made the decision. If they are so eager to die, let them be. Roger. The captain saluted and ended the communication. Even if celestial trade did not do anything, they would not be able to survive for long. Kelvin was convinced, knowing the terrifying nature of devil worms. After he ended the communication, Kelvin immediately called Jiang Chen and reported the matter. At the same time, Ares, which was already in the synchronous orbit, dropped the last 4 rockets and an orbiting satellite as a communication relay. Then, Ares, which had only one main cabin, ignited the last stage engine and began to fall to the surface of Mars. Ares deployed its parachute the moment it entered the atmosphere. It crossed the distance of tens of thousands of kilometers before it landed safely on the Mars surface and created a wave of dust. The buckles on the cushioned seats popped open and the astronauts stepped down. Everyone cheered in excitement when they finally felt gravity. We have succeeded. Successful landing. Nice. 10 minutes ago, they were staring at the radar in fear, afraid that celestial trade may accidentally launch a missile toward them. But unexpectedly, celestial trade did not interfere with them. They did not even communicate with them and just watched them land in silence. It was too strange. Did they not detect us? But how is that possible? In the midst of joy, Briss also grew uneasy. For some reason, he felt that the people from celestial trade were watching them. They silently watched with neither surprise or astonishment, but mockery and sly, as if they were watching a drama. I hope it's just my illusion. Briss shook his head and forced a smile. He celebrated with his teammates and blended into the jubilant atmosphere. The radio transceiver extended on top of Ares and aimed at the satellite on the orbit. The signal would be relayed to mission control back on Earth via the satellite. Because of the few minutes of communication delay, everyone only could say one sentence. Briss grabbed the radio and exchanged a look of excitement with his teammates. He took a deep breath and changed into a serious expression, then he pressed the button and looked at the lens. Calling mission control, this is Ares. We have landed successfully. While Briss still had a lot to say, when he saw the exhilarated state from his teammates, he ended the communication and handed the radio to the nearest teammate. We have succeeded. We have succeeded. The beautiful astronaut with blonde hair got in front of the camera and shouted with enthusiasm. We are on Mars now. The desert looks like it's on fire. This is probably the most beautiful scenery I have ever seen in my life. The weather here is very sunny, and we are fortunate that we have not encountered a sandstorm, said the Jewish astronaut. This is a good start. God will bless us and the UA. I feel like I'm back in my hometown. It's like the desert there. But it's cold here. The temperature outside is only -50 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, there is heat in Ares, hahaha. Communication resources were quite valuable, leaving everyone with only a short half-minute. In less than 5 minutes, 8 astronauts all extended their wishes to their hometown far away. The video would be broadcasted by major TV stations across the country so that everyone in UA would share this exciting moment. In the end, Briss turned off the camera, compressed the video, and clicked send. Then, several energetic people in the team immediately became rowdy. Kane, take out the champagne from the fridge. We have to celebrate this great moment. Ha ha ha. Let's hold off the celebration. Let's decide who will be the first one to set foot on Mars. Same rule, we're drawing straws. Drawing straws? Wait for me to wash my hands first. Briss smiled at the scene with how thrilled his teammates were, though for some odd reason, the uneasiness in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Before he came, he did a lot of homework. The mainstream view of the UA biology community believed devil worms' threat was only poorly constructed propaganda made by celestial trade to monopolize Mars colonization. Devil worms would not attack unless they were attacked. Otherwise, why did celestial trade only attack this year when they already landed a long time ago? If it was not for the fact that they drilled down and poked a hole in the devil worm's nest, why would the bugs living in the mantle attack the surface? As long as you don't ask to be attacked, you won't be attacked. It was NASA's advice to these pioneers. However, these were only speculations in UA's biological community. No UA citizen participated in devil worms research. Even the most knowledgeable scientists only viewed devil worms behind a glass. Is the habit of insects on Mars the same as the insects on Earth? This is really hard to say. After all, there are no insects on the planet that are bigger than humans. Just as Briss debated this in his mind, the draw already ended. The lucky winner was a skinny man. His name was Sean and he came from California. When he found out that he won the draw, he almost jumped in excitement. He headed to the buffer cabin, then put on the heavy spacesuit with the help of his teammates. After confirming that the data of the spacesuit was normal, he took the star-spangled flag solemnly from his captain Briss. He watched the inward door close, the outward open, and then gently jumped out toward the desert. In Ares, Briss prayed and opened the camera. Several other teammates also rushed to take out their phones and other camera equipment to capture and commemorate this great moment. When his feet landed on the side, Sean carried the flag and waved to his teammates behind him. When he saw the raised thumbs, he turned around, full of emotions, as he marched to the sand dune where he would place the star-spangled flag. 10 meters left. The flag of the UA will fly on Mars. The monopoly celestial trade has on Mars will end. Just then, he suddenly felt a tremor below his feet. Is it an earthquake? Sean frowned. He was a geologist who conducted extensive research before this mission. In his memory, the geological environment of Mars was quite stable, to the point that it seemed like a dead planet. There was no volcanic activity nor tectonic plate shifts. How could an earthquake happen? Is it a sandstorm? As he muttered, he still took a step forward. However, his foot did manage to come down, boom. Without the slightest omen. A 20-meter-long giant worm crawled out from the ground and sent the astronaut into the air. It was too late to even scream as its sharp mandibles already crushed together with lightning speed, snapping him in half. His guts and flesh flew freely in the air and soaked the dry and barren land with fresh blood. Ah! The people inside Ares screamed. Some people stood there in silence, completely traumatized by the scene they just witnessed. Some people started to vomit. Some people sat down and whispered amen. Briss slowly put the camera he was holding down as he stared in front of him blankly. He watched the devil worm skillfully suck the flesh and blood out of the spacesuit and move its countless legs. His lips quivered in fear and he was unable to say a single word. He forgot to turn off the power on the camera. It was not the first time they saw devil worms. On their way to Mars, they saw photos of devil worms from mission control and were told not to irritate them and not to approach their nests. However, it was their first time seeing a devil worm that moved. What scared and puzzled them the most was that they did not do anything. Why did the monster stalk them? In the synchronous orbit, TS Expedition captured the cruel scene. The captain of TS Expedition stared coldly at the bug in the scene and repeated the situation to the Space Command Center. Soon, a detailed report of the entire accident was placed on Jiang Chen's desk. Mission Control. The room was in complete chaos. Just 10 minutes ago, they interrupted the national broadcast on Mars. Soldiers were deployed to maintain the order outside the launch center and yellow tapes were set up at the door to stop the eager reporter waiting for the news as the entire center was locked down. This is Ares. We need backup. God, the bugs. They are hitting our spaceship. Hell, don't they not attack? We may have fallen on their nests, the hull has suffered 11% damage, damn it. Pieces of information came back intermittently from Ares, tens of millions of kilometers away. Bolden stared at the screen in complete shock. He could not believe everything happened so unexpectedly. Also stunned were the scientists invited by the Advanced Projects Agency of the Department of Defense, the biology professors from Harvard, and the researchers at SpaceX's Mars Colony Project team, including Martin Karplus, who was rejected by Celestial Trade in Coro City, and Michael Levitt on behalf of MIT. Almost all the well-known experts in the biology community were here. They had vowed to the NASA consultants that the Mars creature, after 3 billion years of evolution, already lost its digestive ability of mammals when the organisms on Mars went extinct. They would not attack for no apparent reason. The reason why devil worms attacked the Celestial Trade colony was because of the hostile actions of Celestial Trade. In short, those Xian citizens deserved it. However, now, devil worms used the death of Sean to slap everyone's face. They not only ate people, but they used a cruel way to devour their prey in front of everyone. God. Along with a group of high-ranking officials, Secretary of Defense Carter went into the lounge next door to the mission control and swallowed all this information down. Today will be the darkest day in UA's space history. Celestial Trade warned us about the dangers of those Mars species. Damn it. Who said these things are mild and cute, and there is nothing wrong if we don't touch it? NASA Director Bolden punched the table. These 8 astronauts were the treasure of NASA. The amount of money spent on them was no less than Ares itself. Training an astronaut was much more expensive than training a fighter pilot. They not only had to master how to operate the more complex spacecraft, but they also possessed a lot of natural science knowledge to deal with unexpected situations. What should we do now? The capital consultant looked at Bolden. How can I explain this to the president in 2 hours? Proactively clarify to the media. Secretary of Defense Carter suggested. No. If we let them know that our astronauts were killed simply because of our error in judgment, we will be crucified by the media. There are still 7 people alive, we have to find a way to save them, Bolden said with paleness. How can we save them? Carter was amused by Bolden's words, but he could not laugh. He bitterly said. Do you think this is Iraq? Or Afghanistan? The people that have surrounded us are terrorists. If so, I would immediately send the SEAL team to extract our citizens and go home. You can only go to Celestial Trade. The entire lounge suddenly turned silent. The deputy director who said this immediately closed his mouth. He peeked at several of his peers and stopped talking. First, buy time from the media, then discuss with Celestial Trade. If you can convince them to take our astronauts to their colony, the more Bolden said, the less confident he sounded. Before the launch, Celestial Trade warned about the dangers of the Mars species. However, they not only disregarded the warning but also thought that it was a smoke bomb released by Celestial Trade. They thought they were using insects that would not actively attack mammals to obstruct their Mars plan. But now, they paid the price for their stupidity. I can only find a way to solve this through diplomatic channels, Carter said. The ball was kicked to the Secretary of State. But it was not directly related to him. The Advanced Project Bureau of the Ministry of Defense only participated in the design of the Ares 6 engine, but did not participate in the entire launch project. And the reason why he stood here was just to leave his mark on this historical moment. It was just a pity that the mark he left was not a positive one. In short, we need to calm the media. I will talk to them. Just say that Mars encountered solar wind. The contact between the ground command center and Ares has failed. It will take a while to receive communication, the capital consultant said. I'll speak with NASA staff. This is confidential, Bolden glanced at several senior officials and said. I'll go explain to SpaceX, said the deputy director of NASA. As long as they could convince Celestial Trade, the safety of the 7 astronauts would be guaranteed. It would be up to the Secretary of State to guide the conversation. However, The door of the lounge was pushed open, and a man in a NASA uniform ran in, panicked. The conversation that was full of state secrets was suddenly interrupted. "What's the matter?" Lippman, Bolden frowned in dissatisfaction as he stared at the man who ran in. "What's wrong? Don't you know to knock?" "Bad news." Lippman's breath was out of rhythm as he was panting heavily. He held onto the door frame and looked at Bolden with an ugly expression. Washington Post, Los Angeles Daily, Wall Street Journal, and CBS, are all outside the launch center. They are demanding us to explain this incident immediately. "Explain?" Carter frowned. "Explain what? Are they not outside?" As he scanned around the senior figures in the lounge, Lippman's eyes widened. "You don't know." "Know what?" The Capitol advisor heart suddenly sank, and he immediately rushed to Lippman's side and clutched onto his shoulders. "What happened outside? Tell me. You actually don't know?" Lippman smiled bitterly, took out his iPhone 10, and stuffed it in the advisor's hands. "Go see yourself." The Capitol advisor quickly took over the phone, and Carter, Bolden, and the others all gathered around him. It was a tweet. To be precise, it was news retweeted by a well-known blogger along with the blogger's comments on the news, but that was not the issue. The moment they saw the news headline, everyone turned pale. The news headline said, "Shocking. The UA manned rocket that landed on Mars actually encountered them." Shocking. The UA manned rocket that landed on Mars actually encountered them. Frightening. The UA president is enraged because, men went silent after reading this, women cried after reading this. What are these headlines? Jiang Chen tossed the drafts on the table and laughed. "I told you to add some fire to the situation and you guys came up with these things. Ahem, we recently acquired a promising company." Ning Jianhua, CEO of Future Technology, touched his nose in embarrassment. "I found their editors too creative, so I just moved them to the marketing department. The clicks are pretty high, aren't they?" Ning Huajian seemed to realize the informality and coughed to change the subject. He pulled out a few sheets from the stack of documents and pointed to the headlines. "In fact, there are also normal headlines. These came from the Communication Department of Future Technology. From the latest aerial photo from TS expedition, the NASA Ares is suspected to be besieged by Mars creatures, the unfortunate victims of a sloppy Mars plan." According to a senior official in Celestial Trade, Celestial Trade made cautious suggestions to the UA on the dangers of devil worms on Mars plan. These headlines were more normal. At least they explained the beginning to end of the entire incident. When Ares entered Mars' synchronous orbit, TS expedition found a group of smugglers. After Jiang Chen heard Kelvin's report, he shared the same opinion with Kelvin, which was to disregard them. Sure enough, when they were busy inserting their flag, the tragedy happened. Because of the delay in communication, Celestial Trade Space Command Center even received the intelligence 5 minutes ahead of UA. When Kelvin addressed to Jiang Chen that Ares was trapped, Jiang Chen immediately ordered Future Technologies North America subsidiary to release the images captured by TS expedition before the government censored the information. On the other hand, through the XIN embassy in the UA, Celestial Trade sent the high-definition aerial footage captured to the Capitol and media. Jiang Chen did not know what kind of damage this tragedy would cause on the country's national confidence and its cohesion, especially when the entire country was closely following the Mars landing. However, he was sure that the government would come to him to ask for help from Celestial Trade. After he dismissed Ning Jianhua, Jiang Chen sluggishly leaned back against his chair. "Of course I'll save them. After all, I'll do it for humanitarian reasons. Except that it's not cheap to feed another 7 people in the colony. What kind of benefits should I ask for when the capital called?" Just when Jiang Chen began to seriously consider this issue, the phone on his desk really began to ring. It was not the capital, but his friend in B City. "Mr. Loki, what has caused you to call?" Jiang Chen said with a smile when he saw the name on the screen. "Huh, My old friend, I'll put aside the small talk for now. I have something important to discuss with you, Loki said with excitement in his tone. After he paused for a brief second, he continued, I know what you are thinking, but please listen to me first. This failed Mars project is a great opportunity for us. Oh. Jiang Chen looked at the holographic screen quietly, then waited for Loki to continue. Now the entire UA is paying attention to this incident. You should know what I mean, said Loki. Of course, Jiang Chen replied. It's about the 7 astronauts trapped on Mars. They are now shivering in the broken areas, waiting for people to save them. If this incident is handled well, it can reverse the tense diplomatic relationship between the UA and XIN, and even completely change the country's view of celestial trade. Since you have agreed to our plan already, I assume you are not going to be our enemy forever and return the world to the Cold War era. Yes, Jiang Chen shrugged without much emotion and said indifferently, we have always been committed to maintaining good relationships with other countries, but the capital seems to have always regarded us as a thorn in its eye. That's because it's Hill, and she represents the military-industrial complex. Loki said seriously. But we are different. If you have studied history, you should know B City Consortium and you share the same perspective. For example, former President Kennedy, his decision represented, to some extent, our opinion. For example, the space program, the nuclear weapons reduction treaty, and the withdrawal plan that was not completed even after he was assassinated. Loki seemed to know some information about the death of President Kennedy, but he did not plan to go further into the unrelated issue. You know, we have always opposed the return to the Asia-Pacific strategy and have supported the UA in joining the Earth Defense Alliance. As long as Joseph Kennedy rises to power, the first thing he will do is honor his 7th campaign promise. Unconditionally join the Earth Defense Alliance. Having said this, his tone shifted from being serious to excited. This event of Ares is an excellent opportunity. If we strategize correctly, it can be our chip to win against Morgan Consortium and win against Overcarry. Just let Joseph Kennedy be the lobbyist, as long as you cooperate, Jiang Chen debated for a moment. His fingers crossed on his right knee, then he spoke. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can a candidate conduct a diplomatic visit on behalf of the country? I remember that Mr. Kennedy is only a senator. Would it not be considered overreaching and interfering with national affairs? In principle, it doesn't work, said Loki. But as long as we plan it accordingly, there can be exceptions. Mr. Kennedy has another identity. He and Briss, the captain of Ares, are alumni, and they are both honorary members of the Alumni Association. If he visits celestial trade with the identities of B City University Alumni Association, the friend of the victim, and a senator, no one can make irresponsible remarks about his visit. Then, a plan formed in Jiang Chen's head as he smiled. Then the future president of the UA and the president of Celestial Trade will have a wonderful meeting. Loki also smiled and shared the same sentiment. The hands of the two giants will come together to push down the Iron Curtain over the Pacific Ocean, and welcome the future of human civilization. This idea sounds pretty neat. If it can be achieved. Jiang Chen thoughtfully nodded as his fingers gently tapped on his knee. To push a dove, or at least a weak hawk, candidate onto the throne of the president was already one of the strategic priorities of Celestial Trade, Future Group, and Ghost Agents. Throughout history, President Kennedy was the famous weak war hawk president of the Cold War era. Since the Kennedy family was part of the B City Consortium's interest coalition and the B City Consortium was not involved in the military-industrial industry led by Morgan and Rockefeller, then the political views of Kennedy should not be too drastically different from his grandfather's. Should he go all in on Joseph Kennedy and gamble on a dovish president to push UA into his alliance? Or should he use this chip to threaten the ill-fated Hill government in exchange for the benefits that can be realized immediately? In fact, he did not need to choose. The answer was obvious. What's your opinion? Loki asked. Jiang Chen's fingers uncrossed, as he seemed to make up his mind and responded gently. You'd better keep your promise. Of course. Loki replied in a serious tone. Then get your dealers to deal the cards. Jiang Chen held onto the armrests and stood. He looked into the holographic screen and said pleasantly, if you want to play, bet big and we'll call. Transaction. 3 days passed since the Ares incident. The UA Secretary of State paid a diplomatic visit to Xian and met with Celestial Trade Space Head, Kelvin. In fact, they originally wished to meet Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen refused on the basis that he was on vacation. Vacation. It was a good excuse. In short, Kelvin assumed Jiang Chen's role and euphemistically expressed the difficulty of the rescue to the visiting UA Secretary of State. For example, Ares landed directly above the devil worm's nest. If the rescue may cause the astronauts on Ares to be killed or injured, Celestial Trade would be unable to take the responsibility. In short, we can't save your people. While the capital was furious with Celestial Trade's stance, there was no other solution. After all, no agreement was in place between the two countries. Offering assistance would solely be on the grounds of humanitarianism. Of course, considering the economic and trade relations between the two countries, Kelvin did completely rule out the idea of a rescue and left an opportunity for the capital to be persistent. For example, in a private meeting with the UA Secretary of State, Kelvin subtly hinted that there was room for negotiation, it was just the price lacked sincereness. Perhaps a further discussion with your president would change the outcome. With disappointment, the UA Secretary of State ended his 3-day diplomatic visit to Xian. Then, what happened next was even more interesting. The UA Secretary of State just returned home and immediately the media began to criticize the capital. Washington Post, New York Times, and Wall Street Journal all joined force and accused the Hill government of being incompetent and questioned the ability of the new Secretary of State. The sway in public opinion surprised Jiang Chen. Originally, he thought that the media would attack Celestial Trade on this issue and label him with a few cold-blooded and selfish titles. However, he never expected the capital to be in the eye of the storm. But it didn't take long for him to read the situation. Hill's newly appointed Secretary of State encountered a wall at Celestial Trade, just enough to demonstrate the difference in ability compared to the former Secretary of State. Now, only 3 hopeful candidates remained within the Democratic Party for the March primaries. Kerry obviously did not have knowledge of B-City Consortium's agreement with Jiang Chen. Since the opportunity was right, Kerry and his supporters would certainly not give up the chance to attack Hill. However, just according to the plan, what happened next completely surprised Kerry and the Morgan Consortium behind the scenes. Koro City Airport. A plane from B-City International Airport landed on the runway. The plane came to a complete stop. A man in a black suit, accompanied by 2 bodyguards and a journalist, walked off the plane with a confident smile. Of course, he did not use his money to charter this private flight. It was impossible for a senator to have this kind of money. However, after all, he represented the B-City University Alumni Association to visit Xian. The fund under the association naturally covered the expenses of his business trip. Once the money was coded under the fund's name, it was much easier to operate. The man took a few steps toward the VIP tunnel. When he saw the man at the entrance, his eyes suddenly lit up and he extended his hand. His smile was as warm as the lovely spring breeze. "Welcome, Mr. Joseph Kennedy." Jiang Chen smiled and extended his right hand. "It's my honor." Joseph enthusiastically shook Jiang Chen's hand and laughed. "I have long heard of your name, your Mandarin seems to be good." "Of course, I earn my tuition working at a Chinese restaurant. I not only speak fluent Mandarin but also I know how to make spring rolls." Joseph gestured with his fingers the shape of the spring roll. "It's the kind filled with stuffing." Then I certainly want to try it," Jiang Chen joked. "But I guess your boss was not a good teacher, because that thing is actually called dumplings." The atmosphere of the meeting was quite friendly, especially since both parties shared a mutual intention. The two walked all the way out of the airport, and the reporter behind him held the camera all the way until they got on the extended lure outside the airport. Obviously, the reporter was part of the B-City consortium and understood what can and cannot be filmed. Any news about the visit, regardless of the newspaper or TV station, would have to be sourced from this reporter. It would avoid the possibility of Kerry and Hill's campaign team altering facts behind the scenes. In addition to the silent reporter, Jiang Chen noticed that the two sunglasses-wearing bodyguards behind him also appeared to be deadly. For comparison, they were just slightly weaker than the guy named Johnson who protected Carmen Rothschild. They were either retired SEALs or retired Deltas. It seemed that the B-City consortium was much aware of the curse of the Kennedy family and put heavy emphasis on his protection. Is the itinerary set? Inside the vehicle, Jiang Chen looked at Joseph and smiled. Let's talk about it. How can we cooperate with your election? Is there a golf course? Joseph smiled. My skills are not bad. I have one at the foot of Mount Fuji, but I don't go very often. Jiang Chen laughed along. Land in Koro City was scarce to the point that farmers wished they could build farms into the ocean. So there was no land to build a golf course in the country. Jiang Chen didn't think it was necessary to chase the trend on something he did not enjoy. What about volleyball or table tennis? Joseph asked. Either is good, Jiang Chen and pleasantly. If you want to play volleyball, I recommend Heart of the Sea. The beach volleyball there is the highest quality I have ever seen. The so-called high quality of course referred to something specific. Only those who stay in a 5-star hotel or held a membership card were allowed to enter the venue. The entire beach was the most beautifully decorated coastline of the city. Because of this, rich people around the world always gathered on the beach, and naturally, beautiful women with different skin colors. That type of beach volleyball. Then the guest will follow the host. Joseph chuckled along. He was not concerned about the destination of the trip. As already discussed, his purpose of the trip was to establish a friendly relationship with Jiang Chen and to showcase this friendship to the UA people. Regardless of what he did in Xi'an, or what deal he made with Jiang Chen, only 2 sentences would appear in the headlines of the media tomorrow. To save his alumni, Senator Kennedy, on behalf of the B-City University Alumni Association, visited Xi'an to break the ice. Their talk made significant progress and Jiang Chen promised that celestial trade will rescue the trapped astronauts to further strengthen the friendship between the two countries. Mars. 2 weeks had passed since Ares got trapped. Every day, devil worms would crawl out from underground and circle around the Ares. They used their sickle-like mandibles to touch the spacecraft a few times before they disappeared back into the desert. Although the mandibles could not break the titanium hull of Ares, the psychological pressure on the astronauts was enormous. Especially whenever they recalled the bloody scene when their teammate, who trained with them, was devoured alive, and the fact that only a spacesuit remained. This desperate atmosphere permeated in the 30-square-meter space. 5 days ago, the communication module was damaged. Ares had completely lost contact with the satellite. It was like a traveler who lost their way in the desert. The traveler could only blankly stare into the endless desert and count down the passing days. Fortunately, their supplies were sufficient to maintain for 1 year. The issue was, if they could not deploy the solar panels as soon as possible, they would soon face an electricity shortage. This was a serious problem. Without electricity, it meant no water or oxygen. Every day, the astronauts were drunk and treated the next day as doomsday. How is the negotiation between the headquarters and celestial trade? I don't know, but no one has shown up. I'm afraid there is still no agreement. Damn it, have we been abandoned? God bless, amen. Briss sat in the corner of the cockpit and listened to the desperate voices of his teammates. He licked the corner of his mouth and stuffed the whiskey bottle into his mouth. Helpless. Probably the only word that could describe his mood. If it were 1 week ago, he still had hoped that celestial trade would send people to rescue them from hell. But now that a week had passed by, they did not even see the slightest sign of rescue. He was about to give up on this unrealistic idea. The drunken Jewish astronaut sat down beside him, burped, and muttered something hard to distinguish. "How much electricity do we have?" "Probably enough to last till next Wednesday." "Hell," the man cursed and shook his head. "Do you know what I am thinking about right now?" "What are you thinking?" Briss snorted. "I'm thinking," the man burped, put up a finger and said in his drunken tone, "if we die of suffocation, would it be considered suicide or homicide? Is there a difference? In my belief, if you suicide, you can't go to heaven." The Jewish man looked to Briss, revealed a bitter grin and raised his glass. "My dear Captain, I only want to ask you for one thing. Put some extra sleeping pills in the dinner tonight, then I would have fulfilled your wish, but I would go to hell with such sins on my hands." Briss pressed his hands on the floor and stood up. While he was wobblingly, he said, "Don't even think about it. What are you going to do? Deploy the solar panels." "You are crazy," the Jewish man grinned. "Those things are outside." "I'm serious." In the astonished and blank looks of his teammates, Briss tossed the bottle into the trash can, raised his groggy head, and headed to the stairs. He could not wait any longer. If death was inevitable, he would rather die with dignity. Although the bloody scene made him tremble whenever he thought about it, he was relieved when he realized that death was only a moment of pain. "Don't be like this, you're seeking your own death." The man sitting in the corner of the wall reached out and grabbed Briss' arm. Briss jerked away and entered the password on the door without saying a word, and then he stepped into the buffer cabin. Outside, the sandstorm began to pick up. He was not sure whether the sandstorm would reduce the devil worm's perception, but now was the perfect time. As long as he doesn't get blown away. After Briss checked the airtightness of the spacesuit, he put his hand on the suitcase-sized toolbox. The buffer compartment opened, and yellow sand gusted. Briss took a deep breath and was about to jump into the desert where death might be buried, when he suddenly saw a black outline in the dim horizon. He was stunned. He took a few hard wipes of his helmet. This time, it was clearer. His pupils gradually enlarged and magnified the hint of hope that lit up. God! It's reinforcement. Reinforcement from celestial trade. He almost gave up. At the same time, astronauts in Ares also found out about what was happening 1 kilometer away. "What's that?" "It's Celestial Trade's fleet. It's our rescue. Ha 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 ha. They must have come to save us. We don't have to die now." The cheers erupted in Ares. Although it felt odd cheering for their competitor, they regained their hope of life. Who bothered debating this point in the heat of the moment? The outer door of the buffer compartment closed and the inner door opened. Everyone dragged their drunken bodies and hurriedly put on their spacesuit. Outside Ares. A missile fired into the desert. The scorching fireball exploded 5 kilometers underground and filled all the holes and tunnels. At least 5 devil worms inside were completely engulfed by the flame while the rest fled away from the heat source. The burn of the missile suppressed the devil worms, and using this moment, 2 armored vehicles rushed to Ares' cabin and extracted the 7 astronauts one by one. Then before the devil worms underground realized what had happened, they quickly withdrew from this area. Briss was still stunned inside the armored vehicle. Everything that happened 10 minutes ago felt like a dream. This was considered difficult. Although he should show joy at this moment because he was saved, he could not. He felt cheated. It felt like the pain and suffering they had to endure this week was all fake. However, he could not complain. Celestial Trade saved them, and his savior was sitting right in front of him. The reality felt surreal. On the journey back, Briss did not communicate with the Celestial Marines sitting across from him. First, he lacked the energy to, and second, the other party obviously did not intend to small chat with him. When the armored vehicles were approaching the colony, Briss used the sight glass on the side of the vehicle to look at the behemoth. The cuboid fortress looked like 1 foot of God stepping into the sands of Mars. Ares felt minuscule, like an ant, in front of it. It was not even comparable to the colony's brine desalination pump. In shock, Briss also showed a hint of bitterness. Perhaps from the beginning, landing on Mars was the wrong choice. Even in 50 years, it would be difficult for NASA to catch up and close the gap with celestial trade. The difference in funding of the two sides was immeasurable, and the current technological gap was even more insurmountable. And celestial trade managed to achieve profitability with its space technology, and has built a bridgehead on Mars of this size. Perhaps they are humans' hopes. Briss shook his head and drove the idea he shouldn't have out of his head. He then followed the Marines into the hull. A man stood in front of them. Judging from the powerful temperament, he should be the leader here. Looking at these battered UA citizens, Hongzhui's mouth moved slightly and he said, "Who is your captain?" "It's me." Briss stood up and hesitated for a moment, then sincerely thanked him, "Thank you for helping." "You are welcome," Hongzhui said without much emotion. Celestial trade is a responsible enterprise and shoulders the future of mankind. Even if it is in humanitarian consideration, we will not leave you there. I hope you don't complain that we came too late. After all, we needed to develop a combat plan and to analyze the depth of devil worms. Briss was confused, but he still nodded. After the man that appeared to be the governor of the colony spoke, Briss hesitated for a moment and asked him what he was most concerned about. "When can we return to Earth?" "It may not be until next year's regular flight to Mars commences. We cannot specifically start the engines of TS expedition just for you," Hongzhui shrugged. "But you don't have to worry, we have plenty of food and fresh water here, and some things you can relax with. I'll get people to arrange rooms for you and register ID cards. Except for the fact that you have no authority to update Twitter, and no work, you are the same as everyone else in the colony." Briss nodded. Thank you, he was very satisfied with being alive. As for staying here for a year, it may not be a bad thing. "You're welcome," Hongzhui said softly. "That's all. I suggest you take a shower first and change into some clean clothes, and then take some hangover pills. If there is still some time left, you can take a nap. But remember, in 3 hours, there will be dinner and an interview." "Interview?" Briss asked. "Yes." Hongzhui shrugged. "We must let the outside world know that you have been rescued, and we didn't accidentally kill another man. Also, you must want to let your family know about your current state. I hope that you can cooperate." Briss nodded and didn't think much of it. Regardless of whether the other party's salvation is sincere or not, they ultimately saved them from the hands of the Reaper. Even just for retribution, he would fully cooperate with their interviews. Just that Briss didn't imagine that the gratitude and tears he showed in the interview would become a political chip in the hands of a candidate. And this chip would become the last gram to tip the balance in the primaries. There was no doubt that the rescue was successful. When the interviews showed images of the rescued astronauts speaking emotionally with their families, they deeply touched everyone who was concerned about Ares. On Twitter. On Facebook. It was a topic discussed on every major social media platform in the UA. Celestial trade may not be as evil as the capital described them to be. Maybe there were misunderstandings between us, maybe the capital should explain this. Thank God, anyway, peace is good, Joseph Kennedy is great. The Ares incident once again reflected the incompetency of our political system. From NASA disregarding celestial trade's warning, to the failure of the Secretary of State to reach an agreement with celestial trade on the rescue, to the capital blaming celestial trade for disregarding human life, to finally, a senator saving the 7 astronauts. It was a terrible term, but fortunately it's over. President Kennedy was the president that received the highest approval rating in history. I hope that Kennedy is as wise as his great-grandfather. To summarize the incident, Joseph Kennedy visited Xi'an and started volleyball diplomacy with Jiang Chen. He finally succeeded in convincing celestial trade and became friends with Jiang Chen himself. Celestial trade sent troops and successfully rescued the astronauts from Ares. It was widely analyzed that if Joseph Kennedy is successfully elected as the president of the UA, he would be able to repair the increasingly tense diplomatic relations between the two countries, restore Hill's failure of returning to the Asia-Pacific and space strategy, and dismantle the Iron Curtain between the East and the West, while finally lead the country and the world in a better direction. We were played. Morgan was immersed in thoughts while he stared at the newspaper on the table. He envisioned a variety of scenarios, but he did not think the City Consortium would work with Future Group. After the fall of the Freemasonry, the WASP alliance lost an enemy. Wall Street was completely under Anglo-Saxons' control. WHCH gave Morgan an illusion that he replaced Rothschild as the financial world emperor. No, not an illusion. If he added his assets with the assets divided up from Rothschild and then converted it into dollars, he would indeed be the richest man in the world. However, now, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated the man on the other side of the ocean. You mean? Morgan looked at the man standing at his desk and softly said, "We lost." He was the finance manager in Kerry's campaign, and also the insider of Morgan in Kerry's team. The support rate of Kerry and Joseph was originally similar, but because of the Ares incident, the fine balance had now tipped to Joseph's favor. The man's expression was stiff as he nodded. If there is no turning point, the victory of the primaries has been decided. According to the latest poll after Ares incident, Joseph's party support rate rose from 27% to 39% today. This number was already quite shocking. After all, in addition to the three most promising candidates, there were several other candidates who also have their own supporters. Unless another curse fell upon the Kennedy family. The thought quickly appeared in his head, but immediately faded. Morgan shook his head and threw the idea to the back of his head. Assassinating Kennedy would be simply looking down on the intelligence of the population. Especially now, in a different era, without a Bay of Pig incident as the lore, it would be easy to kill someone, but it would be hard to come clean. What's more, although the strength of the B City Consortium was relatively weak, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Now the security forces around Kennedy would be close to the level of the president. After all, the candidate they brought up seemed to be one step away from the office. He sneered. Morgan reached out and pressed a few buttons on the phone. He called his old friend Rockefeller. The phone rang twice. It was a familiar and annoying voice. "Hello. It's me," Morgan said emotionlessly. There was a cheerful but aged laughter. "Huh, my old friend, I was just betting with my wife and saying that you would definitely call me. It seems that your gamble paid off." Morgan's tone was sarcastic. "No," Rockefeller shook his head and said calmly. "The ending is always unexpected, isn't it?" In contrast to Morgan, Rockefeller and his allies in the Middle East initially put their chips on Hill. However, since the confrontation on the Pacific during the second half of last year, the Hill government seemed to have an unlucky streak. Rockefeller could only feel helpless with the result. He did not have any hope for the primaries since the start of this year. Yes. It seems that even the luckiest will lose sometimes. Morgan laughed. "What about you? Have you won?" Rockefeller asked with slyness in his tone. "No, so I found you," Morgan sighed and hid the sarcasm in his tone. "Let's work together." "Work together?" Rockefeller raised an eyebrow. He could guess what Morgan would say next. "Yes," Morgan said directly. "If Joseph Kennedy comes to power, it is a nightmare for the military-industrial complex. In order to counter the pressure of the new Cold War era, we must station more troops in Europe, the Middle East and Asia, not pushing for reconciliation. The UA has always been, and can only be a bald eagle, not a dove. So you want to add another accident to the cursed history of the Kennedy family? With all due respect, this may be a terrible choice." Rockefeller shook his head. No, no, my old friend, am I such an irrational person? There is still a general election after the primaries. Although we have lost the primaries, we can continue to bet on the general election. Morgan said with a sneer. That person is difficult to control. Although he does not have as much wealth as you and I, he absolutely does not lack money. Rockefeller shook his head. And listened to his campaign, representing the interests of all the UA workers. Kill Wall Street. How is he a Republican? He is clearly a Dem, but he is a hawk. That's enough. Morgan's hand slammed onto the table and he said firmly, you and I know what the core of our interests is. I would rather a pig to sitting in that position than having Joseph Kennedy in the office. The result of the Democratic Party's primaries was decided. The 41% support rate gave Joseph Kennedy a commanding victory. In flowers and applauses, Kennedy walked to the stage and waved to his supporters. Then, he shouted in his compelling and convincing voice, we are standing at the crossroad of history. On our left is an abyss and on our right is a cliff. There is only one path we can take, which is straight forward, forward, and forward. The future of our family, our country, our entire humanity is there. In the cheers, he continued to shout loudly. Thank you for your vote. You have chosen me and I will stand with you. All errors will be corrected. Thank you. The members of the Democratic Party stood on the side of the podium and also applauded. Regardless of win or loss, whether regretful or not, they stood there with grace. Even Hill and Kerry, who were defeated in the primaries, gave their applause. After all, the lens of the media would undoubtedly reserve a close-up for them. Hill's expression was calm, but it was better to say that she was relieved. Kerry showed the slightest unwillingness to accept such a failure. At this moment, there was nothing to say. He could only vent his dissatisfaction in the applause to make his failure not look so embarrassing in front of the media. No one expected the fact that Hill not only hurt herself, and also hurt him as a result. This ultimately led the Black Horse, Joseph Kennedy, to snatch the victory. According to their next arrangement, the party would now work together. If Joseph was elected, he may be able to continue as the Secretary of State. Kerry shook his head and sighed in his mind. Perhaps, he really did not have what it takes to be the president. The same month, the Republican primaries was also decided. Another Black Horse won, but to some extent, it was expected. Whether it was the unreserved statements or the motivating campaign promises, he gained a huge support rate among the blue-collars. He cussed Bush, whose father and brother were both presidents, to the point that he decided to withdraw from the election. He laughed at Rubio for his inability to satisfy his wife. Every debate made the audience in front of their TVs laugh. There seemed to be no reason not to vote for him. On the day of the last speech before the primaries in March, he had already won the primaries as no rivals stood beside him on stage. Standing in front of his supporters, Trump waved his hand and fixed the microphone. He first thanked his supporters and reiterated his campaign platform. Perhaps he felt that the lack of opponents was too boring. He threw away the speech prepared for him and directed his attack at Joseph Kennedy, who was in the limelight. I know you think of Mr. Kennedy as a hero that saved the astronauts. Don't doubt, I am equally grateful for his contribution and for his efforts to save 7 families. However, have you ever thought about why he can convince the man? What trades have they reached? You haven't thought about it, they haven't told you, and we don't know. He exaggeratedly widened his eyes, spread his hands, and looked at the supporters. I don't think the compromise of selling the nation's interest can bring long-lasting peace. Trump lifted his right hand and allowed his middle finger and thumb to sway together, as he revealed his signature move. Even it can, I think that is also false. It is wrong. The UA president should give priority to the interests of its people. If I am elected president, I will definitely push the UA to join the Earth Defense Alliance, make our due contribution to the defense of extraterrestrial civilization, and end the situation that UA space companies are discriminated against on commercial aerospace projects. But there is one premise: I will definitely bring benefits to our people. The atmosphere was once again ignited. The national flags waved under the stage and the cheers and applause echoed. Trump raised his hand. He smiled and nodded as he looked at the supporters under the stage with satisfaction. He knew that the words he had just said would definitely be criticized by the media. But he didn't care. You understand politics. I'm an expert at marketing. In Xi'an across the Pacific Ocean, a general election came to an end. The general election system adopted by Xi'an was different from the UA election across the sea. The election began in the middle of last year. Without the party system, the person that received the most support from the Xi'an people would become the president. Standing on the lawn in front of the presidential palace, Zhang Yaping, dressed in a suit, walked to the rostrum. A dense crowd gathered in front of him. As early as an hour ago, his supporters had already gathered. The huge crowd even overflowed from the lawn onto the roads and blocked the traffic in front of the presidential palace. In order to maintain order at the scene, Celestial Trade sent a battalion of troops, dispatched armored vehicles and helicopters, assisted the police in arranging isolation lines, maintained order on the scene, and alerted to possible emergencies or even terrorist attacks. Zhang Yaping stopped for a moment and reminisced about what has happened over the past 4 years, before he adjusted the microphone, and put on a confident smile. His voice was very calm. There were no confrontational words, no exhilarating cheers, and everything seemed natural. Before we start, please look down at the lawn under our feet. 4 years ago, we were here, and we ended the tyranny of President Edward, and led this country back on the right track. After 4 years, we have become the most enviable country in the world. History has already evaluated our choices, and I believe this evaluation must be positive. We have used our limited land and resources in just 4 years to complete a feat that most countries would need 40 years or even a century to complete. Our GDP growth rate is also a miracle in world history. You chose me and I will respond to your trust. I assure you that in the next 4 years, Xi'an will remain the most advanced country in the world. It is still the place of hope in the world. We will be stronger and go further. And the lawn we are stepping on is the starting point of all this, and the center of the future world, and even the entire solar system. Passionate cheers and thunderous applause erupted in front of the presidential palace. The military band played the national anthem and raised the national flag. Looking at the rising flag, Jiang Chen smiled. Just 4 hours ago, he had received news from Bernice from the faraway UA. The primaries were decided. The result was the same as the Xi'an election. As expected. The night the primaries ended, Jiang Chen sent a congratulatory message to Joseph Kennedy, who had become the candidate for the Democratic Party and who was preparing for the November election. Congratulations, Mr. Kennedy, or should I say, future president. Jiang Chen pleasantly said, you are one step closer to the capital. You're welcome. I hope that after you become the president, you can still remember the help we provided. Of course. Joseph reassured. I will push for the UA to join the Earth Defense Alliance immediately, and withdraw the strategic bombers and missile systems deployed in Guam. Diplomacy through peace has always been my agenda. The era of diplomacy through power has passed. At the start of this term, the UA government will focus more on the future rather than focusing on something meaningless. When Jiang Chen heard Joseph's words, he smiled pleasantly. Then I look forward to your first diplomatic visit after you're elected. After some more small talk, Jiang Chen hung up. In the next few months, B-City Consortium would be responsible for the rest of the poker game. His opponent would be the billion-dollar real estate developer, backed by his Twitter empire. It would not be easy for Joseph to win the battle, but with the support of the consortium, it should not be an issue. After the call, Jiang Chen went to the kitchen, took a bottle of champagne out of the fridge, and went to the balcony in his pajamas. It was deep in the night, the sea glowed under the pristine moonlight. The trees swayed in the nightly breeze and gave off a feeling of peace and tranquility surreal to the bustling world. Feeling the sea breeze, Jiang Chen opened the bottle with his thumb and put the bottle close to his lips. The cold liquid washed away a lot of the dryness in his chest. "What are you looking at?" Natasha walked to Jiang Chen, unscrewed the vodka bottle, and leaned against the railing as she downed a sip. "Just getting some fresh air." Jiang Chen laughed and glanced at the bottle in her hand, then he jokingly said, "Are you not afraid of damaging your head if you drink hard liquor all day long?" "Is this hard liquor?" "For us, this is only a beverage." Natasha's lips turned into a beautiful curvature as she proudly raised her chest and glanced at the champagne in Jiang Chen's hand. "You, on the other hand, only women drink that kind of juice. Isn't that too boring?" "Is it?" Jiang Chen laughed and disregarded her provocative look. He cast his gaze on the distant horizon and pretended to sigh. "You don't understand." "Don't understand?" Natasha stopped the bottle in midair as she frowned in confusion. "Don't understand what?" "Drinking is a way of life." Jiang Chen held the bottle in his hand and whispered, "Alcohol is like life, other than the spicy taste, there are other tastes also enjoyable." Natasha rolled her eyes as she listened to Jiang Chen's narration. "I find you are becoming more and more talented in acting." "Not at all." With the bottle close to his mouth, Jiang Chen looked at the grinning Natasha and laughed. "Do you want to compete?" As soon as Natasha heard the word compete, she suddenly looked at Jiang Chen with vigilance. "Compete in what?" She still remembered what happened last time. "It's better than." His eyes turned slightly and stopped on the vodka in her hands. Then with a discreet grin, he said, "Who is better at drinking?" "Drinking vodka." "Drinking vodka?" Natasha stared at Jiang Chen. "Yes." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Natasha was suspicious about the idea. She didn't think she would ever lose in this competition. But she had a hunch that this guy must have some ulterior motives. The more she thought about it, the more she believed her hunch was right. After knowing each other for so long, she discovered this guy always hid something in his sleeves. "Afraid?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow as he continued to escalate the tension. "How is that possible?" Natasha's eyebrows suddenly rose and her eyes met Jiang Chen's provocative gaze. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she placed her arms on the railing and raised her chin slightly. She jokingly said, "Are you sure you want to drink vodka with me? Don't blame me for destroying your stomach." "Are you kidding me?" The blood of the Slavs was half blood and half alcohol. How could she lose more than the amount of alcohol? It's impossible to lose. Not to mention it's vodka. Yes. Looking at Natasha's confident look, Jiang Chen nodded again and said with a smile, "Since you are so confident about winning, then let's play a game again. The person that lost." Wait, let's just drink, why do we have to play games?" As soon as she heard a game, Natasha felt somewhat nervous. She was not afraid of losing, but her body reacted physiologically to those two words. "Are you afraid?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Afraid?" Jiang Chen repeatedly provoked her again and again, and finally completely irritated her. "You're asking for it," Natasha said with menace in her eyes. "If you lose, I will make you run around naked on the beach in front of your house." This punishment was extremely harsh. If Jiang Chen really walked around the beach naked, he would definitely make international headlines for a week. Of course, Natasha did not really intend to honor this punishment. She just wanted to punish this bad guy and let him realize how unwise he was to annoy her. "No problem," Jiang Chen smiled and touched his chin while he looked at the beach. Then he thoughtfully said, "I will definitely not let you go since I will be the loser if that happened." "Hey, at least you have some conscience." Natasha grinned. "What about this?" Jiang Chen snapped his fingers and moved his gaze towards the lawn downstairs before an evil smile gradually formed. If you lose, walk around the lawn downstairs. Jiang Chen got closer to Natasha's ear and told her the evil idea with a voice that only she could hear. The pretty white face gradually turned red, then became completely white, before it was covered in redness again. You! Natasha gritted her teeth at the sly expression on his face, before she viciously said, "Good, very good. As long as you don't regret it, how could this guy say such perverted things? So infuriating." She swore that this time she would not spare him. "Be rest assured, I never lie." Jiang Chen laughed, put down the champagne in his hand on the wooden table and looked at the door of the balcony and shouted. "Aisha, help us get a box of vodka from the cellar. There is a girl here who is way too overconfident and wants to have a drinking competition with me." "Who are you saying is overconfident?" Natasha was not convinced. Aisha leaned against the doorway of the balcony. She sighed and shook her head before she turned to walk up the stairs. She knew what Jiang Chen was going to do. If he used the storage dimension, even industrial alcohol could not make Jiang Chen pass out. Tonight, the big brainless fool is going to suffer. To be honest, she didn't really understand. If Natasha didn't enjoy being bullied by him, why would she try to get into a situation like that? What a waste. With the thought in her, a faint red hue covered her face as she muttered under her breath. Then, the girl headed down to the cellar. "Give me the alcohol, I can drink more, that's enough. Let's call it a tie." "A tie?" Jiang Chen snatched the bottle from Natasha's hand as she was about to take another swig. He really did not want her to drink anymore. It was the first time he encountered someone that treated vodka like beer. If he allowed her to continue to drink like this, he would have to call an ambulance. "No. I can drink. Bring me the alcohol." "Oh," however, at this moment, Natasha suddenly stood up and rushed toward the bottle in Jiang Chen's hand before she pushed him onto the ground. There were a series of bangs, and the wooden floor was full of displaced items. On top of Jiang Chen, Natasha muttered drunkenly while she reached for the bottle in Jiang Chen's hand. "How can I lose? Impossible. Terrible drunk." He looked speechlessly at Natasha, who hung herself onto him before Jiang Chen turned to Xia Xiyu with a desperate look. However, he only received a cold stare in return. "I still have to work tomorrow, you should rest early. Don't stay up too late." Xia Xiyu, who was wrapped in a bathrobe, sighed and disappeared at the intersection of the balcony. She left Jiang Chen behind. Jiang Chen then turned to Aisha. The facts were simply despairing. Even the most gentle and obedient Aisha also subtly looked away. She pretended to be sightseeing. Jiang Chen could not help but feel the negativities of this world. But to be honest, the softness pressing against him felt good. Especially the vibrant red lips, the hot air that was puffing onto his face, and the slightly intoxicated breath. At this moment, she was like a delicate red apple, ripe and delicious. It wouldn't be so bad to maintain this position. Just as this idea settled into Jiang Chen's mind and he began to relax the muscles on his shoulders, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He looked at Natasha, who started to pant heavily, and suddenly thought of something. His expression changed dramatically, and he desperately wanted to hold her by her slim shoulders. However, Natasha, completely wrapped around him like an octopus, pinned him down. "Wait, wait, wait. Hold on, wait for me to get up, I will take you to the bathroom, don't, K. It was too late. Vomit, right on top of Jiang Chen's chest, the delicate red lips spilled everything without warning. Because the picture was too gruesome, it was not suitable to be described. Aisha, who sat on the side with her arms crossed, had an "I thought so" expression on her face. She nodded as she was pleased with the decision to not intervene. In general, Natasha had never gotten drunk, at least in Aisha's memory. But if she did get drunk, then she would let go of everything. When Jiang Chen was absent, she would often grow furious at Natasha over this fact, especially for someone who enjoyed cleanliness. The next day, Kelvin reported back with additional information. Celestial City's lab made new progress on the research of the devil worm's egg. Jiang Chen sluggishly finished breakfast and left with dark circles under his eye. Xia Shiyu drove him to the company. His beautiful assistant prepared a cup of coffee for him. Jiang Chen, who sunk into the chair, yawned profusely as he called Celestial City. Soon, Verdell Taylor's face appeared on the holographic screen. The chemist and biologist from Frankfurt was indeed an intelligent guy. Since he already made quite a number of amazing discoveries on devil worms that contributed significantly to the progress of the research, he was now elected as the person in charge of the whole project. Without any small talk, Verdell Taylor reported to Jiang Chen about the latest research progress on the eggs. They have a very short incubation period. The hatching process is only 4 to 6 weeks. We found a larva in these eggs that is about to end its incubation period. Now it is being cultivated in an artificial incubator. If everything goes smoothly, we will get the devil worm's larva in a week. How long does it take for a larva to grow into an adult? Jiang Chen asked. With sufficient organic matter and suitable temperatures, the theoretical estimate is 20 weeks. They will grow to 2 meters and can already begin to prey. After every 10 weeks, they can grow 0.8 to 1 meter, and they will enter the growth stagnation period after their length reaches 15 to 20 meters. What about their life expectancy period? How long can they live? Jiang Chen asked immediately. By combining previous analysis with DNA analysis, they can theoretically survive up to 50 years, Verdell Taylor said earnestly. They can go to sleep in extreme environments, slowly replenish oxygen in the blood, and reduce oxygen and organic consumption. They spend 80% of their time sleeping and 10% of their time hunting. 50 years. Eradicating this species will not be easy. Jiang Chen bitterly smiled and asked. What about the other 10%? Mating. Verdell Taylor shrugged. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen asked. Is there any good news? Of course, this is what I have to report next. Verdell Taylor nodded, and there was a glimmer of smugness in his eyes. We found that devil worms' vocal cords are abnormally developed during the embryonic stage when we studied the larvae specimens. However, it is strange that adults do not rely on sound to transmit information but uses its tentacles and secretions that are normally contracted in the abdominal cavity. Because he couldn't understand, Jiang Chen quietly waited for Dr. Verdell Taylor to continue. Later, after careful study, we found an organ in their body that is comparable to the seismometer. Verdell Taylor's voice was mixed with a hint of excitement. We have observed this phenomenon on bats, but its function is obviously more powerful. Using this special organ, they are very sensitive to the frequency and azimuth of shock waves. They can even discriminate the speed and direction of the prey through frequency changes. It is with this ability that they can easily lock in the position of prey and oxygen supply layers several kilometers deep. Is this good news? Jiang Chen smiled and said helplessly. Of course. Verdell Taylor nodded affirmatively while still excited. Only by knowing them can you know how to deal with them. After studying the larva, we have successfully found the shock frequency that is most easily captured by them. It is now being tested by frontline scientists. If our conclusions are finally proven to work, we can artificially create this noise. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He already understood what Dr. Verdell Taylor wanted to say. If devil worms relied on shock waves, sound waves and other forms of vibration to identify the prey, then as long as they could artificially create the waves, it meant they could blindfold devil worms. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen also began to feel the same excitement. Due to the proliferation of devil worms, the work of the colony was now almost completely stagnant. Even soldiers, without the protection of armored vehicles, did not dare to venture out. Not to mention the exploration rovers, as well as the reconstruction of the destroyed farm. Now, a simple and effective method was almost in front of him. As long as a shock wave generating device can be built, it can constantly emit shock waves to the bottom of the colony, yes. Verdell Taylor nodded and said with certainty. This is what we imagined in the experiment. We only need to find the most sensitive frequency to devil worms and then use this to turn the colony into a blind spot. After the conversation with Verdell Taylor, the assistant walked in and placed a cup of fragrant coffee on his desk. I have already added sugar, please drink it slowly. With a charming smile, the assistant said gently, is there anything else? Nothing, can you please send these documents to CEO Xia's office? Jiang Chen looked at the documents that had been signed on the table and passed them to her. Let her. Please ask her to send the file-coded N101 file for future heavy industries to my mailbox. Because he was too sleepy, Jiang Chen couldn't stop yawning. When his eyes met with the grin of the assistant, Jiang Chen immediately knew what she had in mind, so he stared back. The girl immediately hid her smile and lowered her head. She held on to the documents and secretly spat out her tongue before she left the office in quick steps. He looked at the closed door, smiled and shook his head. Then he sipped on the coffee. Not too bad. He put aside the slightly hot coffee and opened the holographic computer on his desk. Soon, an email was sent to his computer via Gene. No. N101, Security Level S. The content recorded in this email was the highest level of confidentiality for future heavy industries. However, the information won't be confidential in a few days because the world would soon learn the contents contained in this email. When he clicked open the email, the pale blue lines emerged from the holographic screen, and a three-dimensional image was interwoven in front of Jiang Chen. Suspended in the air was a long and magnificent ship. The streamlined hull gave off an unparalleled sci-fi vibe. The giant engines that occupied the entire rear of the ship and the frightening guns located in the front all fulfilled a young boy's dream. The ship looked like something from a movie. Of course, it was not modeled from a movie. At this moment, at the shipyard outside of Celestial Trade, the million-ton ship named Envoy Class entered the final commissioning stage. With his fingers extended, Jiang Chen gently clicked on the figure of the starship, and the transparent text box immediately appeared beside his hand. A line of light blue text emerged in the form of a text box and the parameters of the starship were detailed in front of his eyes. Envoy-class starship. Ship name, unnamed tonnage, 1 million tons. Main weapon, mass accelerator, located at the head of the ship, capable of installing electromagnetic catapult carrier, can be used to launch electromagnetic acceleration mass shells. Subweapon, none. Staff, 2,000 personnel. Main engine, 1 Lightning 01 engine, nuclear fusion engine with magnetic constrained nuclear fusion technology, located at the rear of the ship, providing longitudinal thrust for the entire starship in cruise mode. Secondary engine, 2 Shuttle 09 engines, the improved version of the original Shuttle 07 engine, using ion propulsion technology, located at the front and rear section at the bottom of the starship, providing omnidirection thrust for the starship in non-cruising mode. Completion, 100%, in accordance with the plan developed by the Earth Defense Alliance Committee. This Envoy-class starship did not mount any weapon module except for the mass accelerator almost the same length as the hull, located at the axial position of the ship. It was no exaggeration to say that the tonnage of the Envoy-class starship could outclass an entire aircraft carrier battle group. Unlike marine ships, Starship allowed for more creativity in design. As long as the strength of material permitted and the engine power was sufficient, without considering the cost, future heavy industries could double the tonnage of the Starship, but it would be unnecessary. The significance of the Envoy class was mainly to achieve a breakthrough from 0 to 1. The ship would be the training ground for the officers and combatants of the future Earth Defense Alliance fleet. The current tonnage would be more than sufficient for this task. What's more, increasing the tonnage to the starship would not necessarily have a positive impact on the combat effectiveness. The key was to use every inch of space available to maximize the power per tonnage. Therefore, future million-ton class starship would be based on Envoy class and further modified. Once the design was optimized, the tonnage would be increased to the next threshold. It was also the direction Jiang Chen gave to future heavy industries. Jean, search in the database for me. Look at how long until the completion of the Envoy class. Jiang Chen leaned back against his chair and said to the air. The signal light of the watch flickered, and the holographic appearance of Jean appeared beside his hand. A stream of data flashed through Jean's pupils, and she quickly replied. Based on the latest information on file, the main engine circuit review has been completed. Only the last 2 inspection steps are needed. It is expected to be officially completed in mid-April. Jiang Chen nodded. What about future military? How is the progress on the weapon module? Searching, another stream of data appeared. Soon, a list was presented to Jiang Chen. When future heavy industries built the fleet, future military was also busy working. From missile launchers to shipborne electromagnetic pulse cannons, to weapons such as high-power laser beams beyond this era, even plasma torpedoes that were still in the experimental stage. Any weapons that Pan-Asia cooperation once thought of, Jiang Chen established corresponding projects. Although based on the plan of the Earth Defense Alliance, this first-generation starship was designed for training and designing purposes with no weapons installed. But when necessary, the starship could be fully equipped with weapon modules that rule the solar system. Just as Jiang Chen appreciated the results of future military, there was a knock on his door. His index finger swiped in the air, and all the holographic screens and 3-dimensional images were gathered together. Jiang Chen then looked to the door. Please come in. The door was pushed open, and a rare guest, Dr. Amos, came in. Is there something you need? Jiang Chen looked at him in surprise. It's about Project 071. After he grabbed a chair, Amos sat down. It seemed that he felt that he was a bit too casual as he looked at Jiang Chen apologetically and asked, you don't mind, right? Of course not, just sit down. Jiang Chen laughed. Compared to the small details, I'm more fascinated with what you discovered. I found the lost drone. You found it? Jiang Chen looked at him, astounded, as he immediately sat up straight. Yes. Amos nodded and said seriously. Not just that. I also found some special things in the ruins through the drone. Perhaps those things can explain why we encountered those monsters on Mars.